Ladies and gentlemen, if you could now please start settling down. We're just about to start. Please switch your mobiles to silent mode and take your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting with recitation from the Holy Quran, followed by the national anthem, for which you will be requested to rise when the national anthem starts. Recitation, please.
قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, adab, good morning, and a very warm welcome to all our speakers and delegates to 7th edition of the Future Summit. I welcome everybody who is present here physically and all those who have joined us online for today's event. I am Rabia Ahmed, Director and Chief Operating Officer, Nutshell Group. I, along with Shaha Tariq, Head of Content and Storytelling, Nutshell Communications, will be the summit moderators today and tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go any further, let's please observe a moment of silence in solidarity with Palestine, which is currently in the midst of a humanitarian crisis. Thank you. So now, formally kicking off the 7th edition of the Future Summit, we are delighted to bring to you this event co-hosted by Nutshell Group and HBL, powered by Unity Foods Limited, in strategic partnership with the Overseas Investors Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Corporate Pakistan Group. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where the future takes shape and the big picture comes sharply into focus. We are thrilled to have the movers and shakers from the business and corporate sectors, the public sector, the government, the military, and the intelligentsia from Pakistan and all across the world, all gathered here at Karachi, the city of lights and the business hub of the country. I would like to thank our co-hosts, HBL, the President and CEO, Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb. He's not with us today, he's traveling, he will be joining us tomorrow. Thank you very much, Unity Foods Limited, the lead sponsor. The CEO, Mr. Farrukh Amin, is with us here. Thank you, Farrukh Bhai. There are gift packs sponsored by Unity Foods, which are placed at your tables. So Unity Foods, thank you very much for this generous gesture. I'd like to thank all our partners, starting with our gold partners, Faisal Bank Limited, K Electric, Mizan Bank Limited, Abacus, JS Bank Limited, TCS, NBP Funds, Al Mizan Investment Management Limited, PTCL Group including Uphone and Ubank, Dollans, Farmevo, Hilton Pharma, our technology partners SAP, Systems Limited, TMC, our Digital Alliance Mobilink Microfinance Bank, our silver partners CDC, Pakistan Mercantile Exchange, Arif Habib Group, ATCO Laboratories, our academic partner Institute of Business Management, our strategic partners, Overseas Investors Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Corporate Pakistan Group, knowledge partner ACCA, outreach partner VCast Online, sustainability partner Spectaco, and our fragrance partner Bonanza Satrangi Fragrances. We have fragrances placed on your tables. These are again a kind gesture by Bonanza Satrangi Fragrances. So I think I've been speaking for about a minute, naming all our sponsors and partners, so I think they deserve a round of applause. Let's warm up this morning, and I think we can have a much better round of applause. Everybody's, I think, full on breakfast, so let's have another round of applause, please. Better this time. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's more like it. So I was just talking to one of our international speakers, and I was saying that, when we have our summit in Islamabad, Islamabad is a city that is used to early mornings. Everybody is on the road by 7:30, the offices are open. But for a city like Karachi, where I think breakfast starts at 11 a.m., it is amazing that all of you are up, you're alert, you're listening to me. I hope I'm not too boring for you. So thank you, Karachi, for this very, very warm welcome to all our speakers and delegates, especially the ones that have traveled from across the world. This is for Karachi. So this year we have a total of 70 speakers. So it is a great lineup of distinguished and eminent speakers, 45 from Pakistani organizations in the corporate sector, government, public sector, armed forces. We have several sectors represented here today from our Pakistani, through our Pakistani speakers. There's FMCGs, IT and telecom, technology, banking and finance, pharmaceuticals, petrochemicals, energy, climate, higher education, research, publishing, and much more. Then we have tech entrepreneurs, economists, policy makers, strategists, thinkers. So I think this is the best of the best that can possibly gather at 9 a.m. So I think it is 9:19, we have a full hall, so we must thank all our delegates, the audience. You are the most amazing audience, thank you very much. A special note of thanks to our international speakers. You've traveled from all across the world. I was talking to Dana, she's had maybe an hour and 30 minutes of sleep. And that is probably true for several of our international travelers, but if it's any consolation, Dana, I slept for 2 hours. So I'm one with you. We are really humbled and honored to have this dynamic mix, such a talented group of experts that we all look forward to listening to today. Thank you so very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now standing at the 7th edition of the Future Summit. The first edition was back in 2017. We've been getting leaders, strategists, innovators, and practitioners together every year for the past 70 years. Over the years, Nutshell Group has had the honor of hosting more than 500 national and international conferences, seminars, workshops, and group discussions. We have had 4,600 plus delegates from more than 450 organizations and more than 30 countries. We are as humble as we are proud of getting together people from all across the world and showing them not only our country, but the potential of our country in the business world, arts, culture, entertainment, you name it. So just 2 lines about today's theme, and then Asfar will, of course, in his welcome address, talk more about this theme. But I think if we look around us in the context of Pakistan specifically, what is the need of the hour now is to think big, to stop thinking myopically or short term, and plan for the long term, whether it's healthcare, whether it's engineering, whether it's arts and entertainment, whether it's higher education. We have to look at the big picture, which is the theme of this year's TFS. Also, I'd like to say, personally, I feel that instead of, party interest, clan interest, personal interest, we should be looking at national interest. So in terms of Pakistan, I think this theme is very, very relevant at the moment. Also at the regional and global level, as well as in Pakistan, the big picture is definitely about building strategic alliances. This is the era of collaboration, of alliances. So with this, I think I will now formally start the inaugural session, and I would like to invite our founder and CEO, who's also the founder of Corporate Pakistan Group and the former Minister of State for Investment, Asfar, Mohammad Asfar Ehsan. Sorry, we're used to calling him Asfar, but Mohammad Asfar Ehsan for his welcome address. Asfar.
Thank you, Rabia. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning, everyone. Caretaker Federal Minister for Energy, Petroleum and Power, and my very dear friend Muhammad Ali, the Director General Strategic Projects for Pakistan Army, Major General Shahid, my friend and the CEO of Unity Foods, Farrukh Amin, the President of OICCI, Mr. Amir Paracha, our distinguished speakers from Pakistan and international speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I'm very grateful to all of you for your presence here for this 7th edition of the Future Summit. We started this summit in 2017, and this is our 7th edition. Even during the COVID year, we hosted this summit in November 2020. And in the last 6 editions, we hosted 5,500 delegates from all over Pakistan, and also 135 foreign speakers, and this time 25 speakers, so total 160 foreign speakers in the last 7 editions. In 2017, we also started the Pakistan's biggest corporate gathering, Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. This is our flagship event every year, at the Serena Hotel Islamabad, and many of you are also part of this summit. So we hosted 6 editions in Islamabad, and these 2 events, we believe, is our contribution to Pakistan, to our human capital, to our society. Attracting the best talent from Pakistan, attracting the best talent from all over the world. And Alhamdulillah, with the contribution of our partners, I always use the word partners, not as sponsors, because they are not as sponsors actually. They are contributing. They are contributing for a cause. They are contributing for a cause to highlight and create awareness about the soft image of Pakistan, the true potential of Pakistan, which is actually untapped in many areas. So I'm grateful to all our partners, all our speakers, and my many friends sitting in the hall who are our regular supporters. They are our guide, they are our mentors, they are our friends, because this is like connecting the dots. And when you are connecting the dots, so this is all about the big picture. The picture you are imagining for your society, the picture you are imagining for your country, and the picture you are imagining for the humanity. And this is a message of peace and goodwill from Pakistan, the land of opportunities for business houses, for investors, the land of peaceful Pakistanis, 25 crore Pakistanis, 250 million is the population. So Pakistan is world's 5th largest country. We are not a European small country or a small African country. This is world's 5th largest country in the world. And the recent census numbers were 250 million. And the estimate number for 2047, after 24 years, when Pakistan will be 100 years old, will be around 400 million. And out of 400 million, 65% population will be under 28 years of age. This is the potential of Pakistan, the youth bulge. And it's up to us, the state of Pakistan, the political government, the institutions, and the civil society, the business community, the media, and all other stakeholders, how to utilize this youth bulge of Pakistan and turning this youth bulge into asset. But I believe that this is a huge potential of Pakistan. One of the challenge we are facing today, I highlighted the potential, but there is a challenge also. And the biggest challenge we are facing today, in my opinion, is not economic. This is 28 million kids out of his school. And this number is increasing. So there is a need of education emergency in Pakistan. There is a need of complete focus on education in Pakistan. And not only education to these 28 million kids out of his school, but also establish institutions to provide vocational or technical training. This is our asset, and this is the responsibility of the Pakistani nation, as well as the Pakistani government and the intelligentsia, whether the political government or the institutions and all the concerned stakeholders. But this is our biggest threat today. So it's up to us how we tackle this issue. But this needs a long-term policy, the long-term strategic plan, not a short-term plan. And then continuation of policies, a commitment and a collaboration. So this is one area where we need a focus as a state of Pakistan. I worked for investments. My friend and brother, Naeem Zamidar, is here. He also served as the chairman board of investment for a brief time. I also served as a brief time, only for 6 months. And this is also another sad story here, because in last 10 years, you appointed 12 federal board revenue chairman, FBR chairman. You appointed 6 or 7 chairmen of Board of Investment. You appointed 10 federal finance secretaries. So what is the need of the hour? That please focus on the continuation of policies as well as continuation of right persons on the right jobs. Because this is important. If you are serving for any multinational company in Pakistan or a private sector in Pakistan, you need continuity. You can't do anything in 6 months or 10 months or 12 months. You need a plan. So I think our many stakeholders are working and seriously focusing on these issues. And there is a realization, and this is not a lip service. I believe that there is a realization that our potential is huge, but this is time to explore this potential. There are challenges in Pakistan, but I believe, because I served in the government, and I worked closely with the several governments, and very, very closely working with the entire corporate and business community of Pakistan. Day, night, I'm working with them. I personally believe that there is a huge potential of few $1 billion opportunities in different sectors of our economy. Again, here is a need of collaboration. When I joined the Board of Investment, my focus was on collaboration. The collaboration between the political government, the Pakistan military, the bureaucracy, and the business community. Engage business community in every matter. This is your recipe for success. And before working in attracting FDI, our focus, our 80 or 90% focus should be on facilitation of existing investors in Pakistan, whether they are the multinationals, the OICCI crowd, or the mid-sized foreign investors, or small investors, or the local houses. One is the PBC crowd. The 90 big companies of Pakistan are the members of PBC. There's medium-sized enterprises and then small enterprises. So those who are already existing in Pakistan, this is our job to facilitate them. And I hope that my friend and the Minister of Energy, Muhammad Ali, will highlight some of the features in his speech today. Another important point I want to highlight is the role of media under current circumstances. When there is extreme political polarization in the country, the role of media is very important. So we need to plan a proper strategy of media. And this is not the responsibility of the political government only, but this is responsibility of all the concerned stakeholders. And here is the need of collaboration again. Because for nation building, the role of media is crucial. We should highlight the success stories here. We should highlight the positive stories here. Instead of a political drama from 6 p.m. till midnight, this is not on. This is not the success recipe actually. मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि कुछ बातें मैं उर्दू में भी कर लूँ कि 12 बजे लगता है पाकिस्तान सुबह नहीं होगा अगर आप मीडिया देख रहे हो तो I stopped watching TV 4 years back, all the political talk shows, and there is a peace in my life. सुबह पाकिस्तान वैसे ही होता है, खूबसूरत पाकिस्तान होता है. So there are challenges, there are barriers, but trust me, because of this population size, the size of the consumers, we have an opportunity. In the end, I want to pay my thanks to all the partners again, and I want to acknowledge the Anglo Corporation, who supported us in the last 6 editions, also the Martindale Group. They are our regular supporters in Islamabad and Karachi. I'm especially grateful to our co-host, Habib Bank Limited. The president is in China. He signed an MOU today, agreement today, and he will be with us tomorrow. They are our true partners, and I'm also grateful to Unity Foods Limited. And I must say that this young man, Farrukh, please rise for the recognition. They are doing amazing work, in Pakistan, and this is also untold story. He will share his views, and they are working in multiple sectors, not only in food, but in agri also, and many other sectors. So we collaborated last year also, and now we are collaborating on a regular basis. I'm again grateful to all my international speakers, Pakistani speakers, all our delegates. I especially want to acknowledge the presence of my mentor, Dr. Ishrat, and we are doing the soft launch of his new book. We did in Islamabad a few months back of his previous book, and today is the soft launch of his new book and a conversation with Muhammad Shoaib of Al-Mizan. I'm again grateful to all of you, and I wish you a very good conference, a very good platform for learning as well as networking and exchanging of ideas, and hopefully all of you will be happy in the end of the conference. Pakistan Zindabad.
Pakistan Paindabad. Thank you, Asfar. So 400 million in 2047. I would say the picture doesn't get any bigger than this. With this, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that the summit is a hybrid event. It's being live streamed across the world. We are currently live on Natural Group's YouTube channel, Facebook page, and the our LinkedIn page. The program schedule for today is placed on your tables, and you can also access it via a QR code, which is also printed on the agenda. So today and tomorrow, we'll be listening to some great speeches, addresses, excellent discussions. We're going to be touching a variety of topics, which will range from leadership and strategy to sustainability and climate change, to disruptive innovation, emerging issues, business and investment landscape. So keep your seatbelts fastened and stay excited, stay focused. Also, please do tweet, do talk about us whenever you get the time. We're using the primary hashtags, hashtag the Future Summit and hashtag the Big Picture. With this, I'd like to invite our next speaker. This is Mr. Farrukh Amin. He is the CEO of Unity Foods Limited and the sponsor of the goodies that are placed on your table. Amin Saab's strategic vision has positioned his company as a prominent player in the global commodities market with an extensive international footprint. Farrukh bhai, let's hear what you have to say about the big picture.
Thank you, Rabia. Thank you, Mohammad Asfar. I should call you Mohammad Asfar as well. Honorable speakers at this summit, Honorable Federal Minister, summit participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning. The past 2 years have been quite turbulent for us, where we have seen high inflation, increasing interest rates, massive devaluation of our currency, political instability, and all these leading to economic instability. Unemployment rates have surged, and we have seen our per capita income dropping to $1,470 from $1,650 last year. However, we should understand that our country, Pakistan, has survived the toughest times since COVID, followed by floods in 2022. Pakistan is not the only country who has faced negative growth rate, high inflation, high interest rates, massive devaluation of currency. There are several other countries who have seen the worst. In the past 2 years, the yen, lira, Egyptian pound have faced depreciation, devaluation by 24.5%, 65%, and 49% respectively, where Pakistan currency has seen a depreciation of 39% during the same period. I believe that we may be missing the big picture in Pakistan, where we have seen there are several opportunities in the agriculture sector. I believe that Pakistan can do well in the agriculture sector. Pakistan is the 5th most populated country in the world and the world's 2nd largest Muslim population, where 64% of the population is under the age of 30. Our unwavering commitment to the agriculture sector is showcased in the world's largest irrigation network, covering 14.4 million hectares of the cultivated land. We are the world's 7th largest producer of wheat. We are the 10th largest producer of rice, 4th largest producer of milk, 4th in the mangoes, 5th in cotton and sugarcane, 10th largest in rice, and 6th in dates, guava, and oranges. We are not the only producers, but innovators and exporters. Recently, I saw in the news that exports of agriculture sector has surged by 73% in October due to massive increase in the export of rice and sesame seeds in China. Let's evaluate these numbers in value. The total value of agricultural output in Pakistan is $60 billion out of the total GDP of $340 billion in 2023. The size of our wheat crop standalone is $9 billion. And we produce world's best quality of wheat, which is competing with Aussie prime wheat and Canadian wheat. We produce 10 million tons of corn, the value of is $2.5 billion. We produce 9 million tons of rice, out of which 5 million tons of rice is exported. The value is $2.5 billion. We produce 5 million bales of cotton last year, and this year we are expecting 12 million bales, which is 126% growth, which may, inshallah, bring textile exports of $18 to $20 billion. I see the big picture in Pakistan being an excellent opportunity where local and foreign investors can invest in agricultural sector. We have the demand for food to feed a population size 230 million, where crops being mostly locally produced and surpluses available for export. Pakistan imports $4 billion of edible oil and oil seeds, where local and foreign investors can invest in the agricultural sector to grow these crops locally and bring imports in substitution. Looking ahead with improvements in global economic scenario, reduced inflation and interest rates, I'm confident that if we all think positive and do collective efforts to believe and invest in Pakistan, our country will emerge as one of the most promising economies in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farrukh Amin Saab, for giving us this perspective and your great work for food security in Pakistan. Our next speaker today is the President of the Overseas Investors Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Amir Paracha. He's also the Chairman and CEO of Unilever Pakistan. He's a founding board member of Endeavour Pakistan, advocating for entrepreneurship. The list is very long, but I was told that I have to keep these intros to the very minimum. Amir is a very well-known name in Pakistan's corporate and social sectors. Mr. Paracha, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, dreamers, visionaries, and leaders of tomorrow. I stand before you today with a sense of excitement and anticipation as we prepare to embark on a collective journey, a journey into the future of this country and economy. I'm glad to see that this hall has a wide spectrum of voices and experiences who are here to actually challenge the status quo and wanting to actively participate in changing the overall shape of this country. Now let us imagine for a moment that we are the explorers, venturing into uncharted territories, where the unknown beckons with challenges and untapped opportunities. Today is not merely about dissecting economic trends or about analyzing data points. It's about fostering a shared understanding of forces that will mold our country's destiny. We often hear that future is uncertain. Well, indeed, it is uncertain. But what if I asked you for a moment to look at it instead as a canvas, waiting for a stroke of innovation, creativity, collaboration, and resilience? Each decision we make today ripples through time, and the choices we collectively make today will embrace the shape of the narrative tomorrow. As we navigate this intricate web of technological advancement, global connectivity, and involving consumers' trends, let us do with a sense of purpose. Because our actions today are not mere transactions. They are the investment into the future. Because the challenges of today will be the opportunities of tomorrow. Now let me come toward the most interesting part, and I'm going to be sharing the recipe or the secret sauce for investing in Pakistan. I want to begin our story of the future by learning from the past. When we look at the successful foreign investors in Pakistan, a common thread emerges, a thread woven with the fabric of patience, resilience, foresight, and unwavering commitment to this country. The true success in this country are built by those who have embraced a long-term vision of this nation. As with most countries, Pakistan too has its own share of cyclical economic blips. In this ebb and flow, it has been the investor with vision, the one who have seen beyond the immediate fluctuations, who have truly prospered here. To succeed in Pakistan, my friends, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And if you really want an up for a marathon, then please do invest in Pakistan. It requires the ability to see beyond the short-term challenges and recognize the immense potential that is beneath the surface. Those who have flourished are the ones who have weathered the storm, always steering towards the long-term horizon. Now, Unilever in Pakistan, the company I represent today, other than my existing responsibility as the president for Overseas Chamber, is as old as the country itself. The country was born in August 1947. Unilever came exactly 6 months after that. Now imagine at that time the country was in the incubator and many international forces wanting it to die. And there was a foreign investor who took a bet on this country and invested. Well, the investment was not about investment in factories or in production lines. The investment was actually empowering local communities. It's about creating jobs and livelihoods. It's about fostering sustainable practices such as fair living wage, green energy, which contribute towards the country's growth and prosperity. What is true for Unilever Pakistan is actually true for 210 other member companies of Overseas Chamber, which I humbly represent today. OICCI today represent around 14 different sectors from 35 different countries. And let me share some facts with you, which many of you may not be aware of. In the last 10 years, the average profit repatriated by the overseas companies is $1.6 billion every year. In 2018 alone, these foreign companies repatriated $2.3 billion US in 1 year alone. These companies not only repatriate, but also are contributing 1/3 to the country's exchequer in shape of taxes. Honestly, between PBC and OICCI, which are combined 300 companies, contribute 60% of the country's tax. And not only tax, but they have actually contributed to 46 million lives across the entire network. Let me share some more statistics that may be of interest to you. Other than this repatriation, over the last 18 months have been challenging because like any other economy, Pakistan has its own share of fluctuation. And last 18 months happened to be where the foreign investors' profit repatriation has actually witnessed a slowdown by around 80%. But after 18 months of wait, the repatriation process have restarted because many foreign investors asked that, is your profits being repatriated? The reality is, in the last 75 years, there's never been a time where the profits have been actually held back. It was 18 months, and as patient investors, where country comes first, we knew that it will warm up, and it has warmed up. Again, I talk about it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's equally important to talk about that despite all these hurdles in the last 18 months, there are certain sectors which are worth mentioning, which happen to be the beacon and have stood tall. And one of the sectors is the financial sector, which has attracted astute investors across the world. And the other one is oil and gas exploration and telecommunication. With that said, it's also imperative to safeguard the interest of the existing MNCs because it will catalyze further foreign investment into Pakistan. And this initiative taken by SIFC, which is a one-window operation, holds substantial significance. And their success hinges on the ability to simplify regulations, enhance ease of doing business, and provide compelling incentive for both local and private sector. And we all know SIFC has outlined some very interesting facts. And they have actually outlined 3 areas, which is agriculture, which is minerals, and telecom and IT. And in all 3 areas, our productivity is way below than our peer group. And hence, there's immense potential that lies there. Now, I just want you guys to take a pause because I want to make a comment here. And I again want to go back to history. While the situation in Pakistan may have seemed bleak over the last 18 months, it's not unique by any means. Many of today's regional powerhouses have gone through this similar turbulent times. We have learned from their experiences and built similar glide path to a successful resurgence of economy. I want to share 2 examples here. Just over 30 years ago, our neighbor towards east were crippled by economic crisis, resulted from balance of payment deficit because of high reliance on imports and other external factors. And in 90s, towards the run-up for the Gulf War, their forex reserves are barely enough for 3 weeks of import cover. Their foreign reserves as low as $1.2 billion, which we were in, as a matter of fact, in June. No one was willing to give them money. IMF, World Bank, ADB, they flatly refused. They have to collateralize their gold to Bank of England and Union Bank of Switzerland and got $600 million against it. And this is 30 years, not talking about 50 years. And today, they have reserves of $600 billion. It's a $3 trillion plus economy. Another example is Indonesia, 1997, when the Asian crisis struck. At that time, the GDP was $215 billion, 1997. Devaluation, 97, 95%, followed by another 73%. Inflation, 58%. Their GDP plummeted to $95 billion. Fast forward 23 years or 25 years, the GDP is $1.4 trillion. Similar demographics, similar psychographics, not much of a difference. and I hold the same promise for Pakistan. My last piece, Pakistan at 100, 23 years from now, exactly, 2047. Would anyone would have thought about these two countries in 90s that they will be one of the powerhouse in the world? If they can, we can. We have every kind of resources. Our biggest dividend, our biggest resources, which we may think is a liability, is actually our population. A young population which is a formidable asset, which will pay dividend. The World Economic Forum offers a very optimistic view of Pakistan, anticipating its ascent to the global stage as the 7th largest consumer market by 2030. And Goldman Sachs too sees remarkable trajectory for Pakistan, projecting to emerge as the 6th largest economy of the world in 2075. I leave you with these numbers. I leave you these with stories. And then I would like to conclude by saying, Pakistan is, Pakistan will, Pakistan has to surmount all these challenges. It's not a choice, it's not an option. It's a must-win battle, and I'm convinced Pakistan will win this battle, inshallah. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paracha Saab. So Pakistan will and Pakistan has to win this battle. Very encouraging last words. We now move on to our next speaker. He is Director General Strategic Projects from the Pakistan Army. He is heading the Green Pakistan initiative, the objective of which is to ensure food security in Pakistan, make sure that we move successfully towards import substitution and an export surplus. I would like to invite Major General Shahid Nazir, Hilal Imtiaz Military, for his address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Federal Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my profound privilege to take you through the Green Pakistan initiative. As it has been highlighted, I am heading this Green Pakistan initiative around the country, and we want to collaborate with our international partners in this wonderful venture. But before I get onto that, I would like to highlight how big the agriculture is. If we have to look at the big picture, we cannot ignore agriculture. The world reached its first billion in 1803, the second billion in 1930. 127 years were taken to complete the second billion. They last in just 9 years. From here on till 2050, will be about 10 billion people in this world. So what the humans have produced in last 8,000 years, we have to produce the same food for ourselves, for the animals which will feed the humans. In 27 years from now, we have to produce foodstuff which we have produced in last 8,000 years. That is the big picture. So are we geared up? So having this in mind, we have embarked upon this wonderful initiative, which is Green Pakistan initiative, and I'll take you through a small presentation, and then next please. Play kar dein.
पाकिस्तान एक ज़रई मुल्क है जिसकी मजमूई मुल्की पैदावार का 23% हिस्सा ज़राअत पर मुनहसर है, लेकिन इसके बावजूद मुल्की रकबे का एक ख़ास हिस्सा बंजर ज़मीन पर मुश्तमिल है, जिसे जदीद निज़ाम के तहत काबिल काश्त बनाया जा सकता है। इसी के पेश नज़र गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान आर्मी की काविशों और बाहमी ताउन से ग्रीन पाकिस्तान इनिशिएटिव मंसूबे का आगाज़ हुआ, जिसकी शुरुआत गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पंजाब के भरपूर ताउन से ज़िला बावरपुर के इलाके चोलिस्तान से हुई, जिसकी लाखों एकड़ ज़मीन को काबिल काश्त बनाया जा रहा है।
मेरा नाम इंजीनियर उसामा है। जैसा कि आप सबको मालूम है कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान आर्मी के बाहमी ताउन से हम लोग इस सहराई चोलिस्तान के इलाके को सरसब्ज़ व शादाब बना रहे हैं। पाकिस्तान ग्रीन इनिशिएटिव प्रोग्राम के तहत हमने खिपली, मौजगढ़ और कंडाई में इस प्रोग्राम का आगाज़ कर दिया है। पहले मरहले में हम लोग सेंट्रल पिवट सिस्टम और ट्यूबवेल सिस्टम की मदद से इस ज़मीन और फसल को काबिल काश्त बनाएंगे।
ये मंसूबा एक जदीद माहौलियाती निज़ाम पर काम करेगा, जिसमें पहले मरहले पर लैंड डेवलपमेंट के ज़रिए ज़मीन को हमवार किया जाएगा। इसके बाद पेवट फार्मिंग और ट्यूबवेल के ज़रिए आबपाशी का जदीद निज़ाम तश्कील दिया जाएगा। बाद अज़ां इस प्रोजेक्ट में बिजली की तरसील के लिए ट्रांसमिशन लाइंस का नस्ब करना और ज़मीनी रसाई के लिए रोड नेटवर्क भी मंसूबे में शामिल हैं।
हम गरीब लोग हैं, चोलिस्तान में रह रहे हैं। हमारी ज़मीन जो है वो बहुत बंजर है, ऊंचे टिब्बे हैं, फोक लाने हैं, जंडियाँ हैं, जिनकी वजह से हम गरीब लोग हैं, इस ज़मीन को आबाद नहीं कर सकते। मेहरबानी है
It has a positive effect on our economy. So Pakistan is a land mass of 79.6 million hectares, out of which, as we speak today, 24.1 million hectares is under cultivation, and we still have about 9.1 million hectares which is available state land which can be put under cultivation. So on the horizontal plane, we have to increase the area under cultivation, and in the vertical plane, we have to increase the productivity to become food surplus country, just to ensure that we have that exportable surplus. Next. Next. Khol de pura ise. Khol de. So we have to challenge this challenge. In last about 76 years, we have increased our area which is under cultivation by 7 times. We have to add another 8 to 10 million hectares into our total area in about next 5 to 7 years. Same is the case with the productivity. We have to increase both wheat as well as the cotton. Next. Next. So the area that we are targeting is 18,200 square kilometers, which is larger than 42 countries of the world. That is the magnitude of this project which has been initiated, and it is on its way. So this is more than 42 countries of the world, usse bada area that we are targeting at the moment. Next. So this is the technology-driven large-scale farming and livestock, where joint ventures, mechanization, high-efficiency irrigation systems, and research and development is part of this particular initiative. Next. Next. So we have lands available in Punjab, we have lands available in Sindh. Click karte jaye. Next. We have lands available in Sindh. Next. KPK, Balochistan. So variety of crops in various ecological regions that we have. We have 12 ecological regions in Pakistan, from the seaside to the Himalayas, we have varying type of land which is available. So all sorts of crops can be sown, grown and harvested in this particular region. Next. So this is just a video clip of Cholistan, which is a desert, which was a desert, and just see how it has been transformed into a lush green area from where we are getting the maximum wheat produced in Pakistan.
जी, जो कुछ पुरानी ज़मीनें हैं जहाँ पे आबाद हो चुकी हैं और जो इसके अंदर प्रॉपर जो इनपुट्स देते हैं खाद की और स्प्रे और पेस्टिसाइड और वक्त पे पानी, तो बिल्कुल लेते हैं वो।
सर ये फसल जो आपकी जो नज़र आ रही है, ये भी इस वक्त जो 50 मन से कम की पैदावार तो मुझे इसमें भी नज़र नहीं आ रही।
About 3 years back it was a desert, and now that is how it looks like. This is Cholistan. Next please. Next. So the primary objectives of this particular initiatives have to land development and yield, bringing biodiversity, social import substitutes, and then ultimately ensuring a social impact on our society. Next. The strategy is very simple. We want to collaborate with our foreign investors, large-scale corporate domestic investors. There's some land which is being self-cultivated. Livestock is an essential part, and the small farmers are part of this initiative because these large-scale farms will have a butterfly effect on the small-scale farmers, because Pakistan's land holding is 95% by our small farmers, those who are under 12.5 acres of land. Next. So we have made certain models for all sorts of investors, those who want to come and invest. Next. Next. Khol de pura. Next. Here I will take a minute to explain the Special Investment Facilitation Council, which is a one-stop facility for all sorts of investors, those who want to come, and with a constitutional amendment, section 175E, which has been enacted. Now Pakistan Army, like many other armies around the globe, have a place in national development. The federal government can order Pakistan Army to undertake their certain national development projects. Next. Next. So we have a model where if somebody wants to do a JV where they are unregistered JV, they're not on SCCP, they can have that JV. Next. If somebody wants to do a JV while remaining part of SCCP, they can do that. Next. We have a contractor model, which is build, operate and transfer model, and we have the investor model where somebody who just, next please, who just have the money and they want to come and get into some JV with us, and we can undertake that project. Next please. So these are the target crops. As it was highlighted that we want to ensure import substitutes, and then we want to create exportable surplus from Pakistan for feeding the region. Next. So this is the export potential that we have. If we see KSA, they import about $21.6 billion of foodstuff, and our share is just 0.23 billion. Next. If we talk of UAE, their import is about $18.3 billion, and our share is just 0.6 billion. Next. And China, which is next door, they import about $134 billion of foodstuff, and our share is just $2.8 billion. So a lot of potential is there. We have the land, we have the human resource, we have the climatic conditions, and we have the places where we can export this surplus that we will generate from this fertile land. Next. So we have the foreign investors. We have already in agreement with about for 140,000 acres in various parts of our country. Next. And we have our domestic investors for 224,000 plus acres, Unity being the largest partner as of today, but we are getting now Fatima-led consortium. They're asking for about 70,000, and Dalda Group, they're asking for about 60,000 acres of land so that they can produce canola as well as sunflower, sesame oil and palm oil from within Pakistan, and then we can save billions of dollars for Pakistan. Next. So a word about water resource management. Next. Next please. So we are moving away from the traditional lined canals and that kind of stuff, and we are bringing this piped water from a sweet water zone to this desert, and it will be a pleasant surprise for each one of you that we have one of the largest sweet water aquifer which is lying just adjacent to our desert. Because this desert was about 5,000 years back, this was Hakra River, and Hakra River's civilization was here. Even if you travel today, there is a line of 37 forts which were built on this river. So we are just getting back in history and trying to tap that sweet water which is available. Because if we see in this world, the world is 75% water, 25% earth on which we move. Out of 75% water, 97.5% is brackish. So we're left with 2.5% fresh water. Out of 2.5% fresh water, 72% is frozen in the glaciers, North Pole and all those places. 27% is underground. What we see in the canals and rivers is just 1% of the fresh water. So now we have to tap that underground water. So there is a large resource available. Yes, we have to resort to high efficiency irrigation systems, and this kind of system where we tap every drop of water and convert that into productivity. 1 million acre feet of water, if converted into produce, gives you $1 billion. And we throw 37 million acre feet of water down South Kotri every year. Rest is up to you. You can do the economics much better than what I can do. Next, please. Next. We have the foreign collaborations already. Next. Khol dein Sara. So we are collaborating with China. We are collaborating with Hectares, Turkey, those who produce the high quality seeds. Next. Khol dein. With Finland, with China. Next. So these are the initiatives. We are working with all the research institutes in Pakistan, and we are creating about 32 varieties of new seeds. The work is already on. Some has been completed in last 3 to 4 years, and we are taking that forward. So the seed certification and quality seeds availability is being ensured in this project. Next, Khol dein. So same is the case with livestock. The complete grassroots incentivized dairy development system is being developed. Next, quickly chala dein. Likewise, acquisition of technology. Next. So these are the vistas of modernization in the main crops, in the fruits, vegetables, livestock, fisheries, poultry, renewable energy, biodiesel, R&D, and the complete world is available. So it is not just the practical agriculture in which you all can come and be partner with. It can be silos, it can be greenhouses, it can be cold storages, it can be fuel stations, it can be implements, it can be service provision, and much, much more. Sure. Next. So these are the incentives which have already been announced by the government in the last budget. Next. So we have, the government has announced facilitation in agriculture related imports. Customs and sales exemptions have been given. They have incentivized the renewable energy use, and then hybrid seed imports have been now, the custom and sales tax has been waived off. Next. We have developed a state-of-the-art facility. I will just run a small clip. So, ladies and gentlemen, farm on palm is the vision that we have. From a small farmer to large scale corporate farmer, they should be able to be on their farm virtually by using this artificial intelligence. On the back end, we have a database as large as about 50 terabytes. So, that is the vision with which this project has been conceived. And in the last, I would like to share that agriculture produce will just be a small segment of this wonderful project. Actually, what we are eyeing is the large and huge carbon credit market, because there are certain prerequisites to get into that market. We have to use the green energy, we have to make sure that water conservation is ensured, we have to do the poverty alleviation, we have to keep in mind these sustainable development goals, we have to do the social uplift, we have to control the methane emissions, and so far and so on and so forth. So this all is part of this vision, so that 3 to 4 years down the line, all those who will join hands with us in this wonderful project, they will get into this carbon credit market, which is huge. And the last summit that we had in Paris, the world has pledged $10 billion for this particular carbon credit market. And then this market is over $100 billion already, and it is growing. So we have to actually innovate, and we have to get into that world sooner than later. So the last thought, we have to mechanize, we have to optimize, and we have to use every drop of resource which has been provided to us by Almighty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General Saab. It's indeed heartening to see how the Green Pakistan initiative is working on large-scale, state-of-the-art farming, livestock, fisheries, and presenting a very solid case for attracting FDI into Pakistan. I would like to invite one of our worthy international speakers to come and please join us on the stage. Mr. Michael Hartman, founding partner, RH Consulting. There's a seat empty here just for you. Mr. Hartman? Hi, yes. All right, so we move now to our next speaker. He is the Global Chief Digital Officer of VEON, Mr. Lasha Tabidze. I specifically checked the pronunciation of his surname. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. So at the forefront of his focus is the development of multi-screen, omni-channel, customer-centric and digital-first products. It showcases his commitment to cutting-edge technological solutions. We look forward to seeing what out-of-the-box solutions and innovative ideas he's bringing to the audience today. So, Lasha?
So thank you, and my name was really very good pronounced. I'm from Georgia. Tabidze is a Georgian name. First of all, I'll start with thank yous because it's a pleasure, honor, and a privilege to be in the room with bright minds of this country and not only this country, and really speak about the big picture, how we shape the future. And as we all understand, future starts today and not tomorrow. So I think this is the motto, how we are gathered today and what we're going to discuss. As VEON Group, today I'll focus on what we deliver as a big group here in Pakistan, having Jazz as a telecommunications company, JazzCash as a financial inclusion company, having Tamasha as an entertainment company, recently launched first in nature and the biggest on-premise cloud garage. And tomorrow, my colleague from MNBL Bank will be also delivering some news about what we do here. What we are proud of is that we are beyond the telecommunications. We serve and we do our strategy very much aligned to the purpose, what we want to bring to the country. And for us, like this naming, which might be a little bit confusing for some of you, this DO 1440, this means digital operator 14 and 40 minutes a day. We want to be together with our community and together with our consumers, in collaboration with the government and the private sector, really every minute and every day delivering all the digital goods to the Pakistani nation. And today it was very, very interesting to hear that in 2047, this country will become younger. And becoming younger and talking about the big picture, of course, we have to speak about digitalization. We have to speak about bringing to our communities and to the nation of Pakistan the best-in-class digital solutions, whether it's education, financial services, healthcare, agriculture, or any other dimension which is important. Today I'll just focus on some of the achievements we as a VION group committed to our JAS operations in Pakistan have achieved. Can we go to the next slide, please? And the most important part, just some numbers, not to overload with many information. So with JazzCash, we are being the Pakistan's largest digital wallet. And the most important, what I want to share with you today, that as of today, we already have 29% of our wallet female users, which is for us an important step to make not only the financial inclusion, but to empower all the entrepreneurial minds in this country, whether it's men or women. We have one of the highest agent and merchants network in the country, and of course we will be going forward to have these financial instruments available for everyone in this country and really empowering the whole communities, the most underserved ones, with the digital solutions. Secondly, where I wanted to touch today is on next slide, our entertainment platform, because it's not only just about really bringing cricket or cricket matches to the bigger audiences in this country. We're about bringing the very high quality content to all the communities, and this is also very important. Like when we speak about content and digital services, please go to the next slide, we have to take into account that it has to be really the high-end, secured, and really content which is valuable and demandable inside the country. So today, like with our Tamasha platform, as of today, we surpassed already 20 million users, and we'll go forward. And one of the new things what we launched and what we can see on the next slide, that starting from mid of this year, we also collected bright minds in the edtech business of this country, and we launched the edtech capabilities inside the Tamasha platform. And please go to the next slide, which is important that we in Pakistan create a publishing platform to be compatible to big publishers of the world like Google or Meta, and use our local brains, local minds, our young generation, young people in Pakistan, to leverage not only delivering content, but also bringing the private sectors to this publishing platform and to make new business models available. Last but not the least, on the next slide, I would like to touch base on Garage, our cloud solution. We were saying many times that all the data and metadata especially has to stay in the country. And we executed around this. We truly believe that with the cloud solutions, we can help not only the communities, we can help the enterprises, and we can help the government as well to have the access to the biggest data lake in the country. And you can imagine, like, with launching the Garage and partnering with 90+ customers, having 35+ solutions already today, and with the database and customer base we as Jazz Pakistan have, if we multiple together just as a telecommunication, just guess on top, 20 million customers on entertainment platform, including EdTech, and all the solutions we're going to deliver. It's a huge amount of data, which can be available and helpful to any private, governmental, or any sector, or even international investors to whom we want to partner with. And on the next slide, I just want to show the overall picture of our strategy, how we commit and why we commit through this DO 1440 to the Pakistani society. Because we want to make digital transformation, we want to make digital available for everyone. We always said and commit that 4G for all is not just these words. It's bringing not only communication, but what is most important, the big picture of the future, the digital enablement to every person in this country and every community in this country. Because within the next coming years, 4G will be dominant technology, and it has to be everywhere. And with the 4G, we have to deliver also best-in-class digital solutions, so our society in Pakistan is very well educated, is involved into the digital transformation of the country and of the world, and what is most important, there is no digital divide, because all of the people has to have access to the best digital products of the world, and not divided, just some who can access them and some who cannot. So, like, my last word will be, after today's great speakers we had, we can and we do. That should be the motto for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lasha. That was indeed very informative. I think most of the people in this hall would be jazz users, as am I. So you shared some amazing statistics with us, and I personally think Garage is an excellent name for your cloud platform. The last thing that you said, 4G for all, I think a lot of people in this hall, and I have heard Khan say this, I've heard Amir Ibrahim say this, that instead of 5G for a few, you believe in 4G for all. So thank you very much. That was great. Now coming to our first female speaker of the day, a very good friend of Nutshell, a lovely person inside out. She is a global tech entrepreneur, investor, and innovation expert. She leads Fan Factory, a tech services agency that specializes in enhancing brand sales throughout the digital consumer journey. Let's hear it for Dana Salim.
Hello, everyone. It's working now. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, fellow speakers, and guests. When my dear friend Mohammed Asfar invited me to speak today on the subject of the big picture, I must admit I found the subject daunting. Water, food scarcity, climate issues, and conflicts, where would I begin to tackle the big picture? So I called a few minister friends in different parts of the world to get their perspective, and one asked me, "How much time do you have to write the speech?" And I said, 4 days. And he laughed and said, "Good luck." I asked my dad, who was an ambassador and a professor, "Baba, can you give me some advice?" And he said, "Wallah, do the minimum possible." I called my CEO and investor friends, and I got the feedback, cash is king in times of volatility. So they were not very helpful. So I decided to frame my own views, which I will define as the 3 Ps: perception, purpose, and pragmatism. To be able to set the stage on perception, I will start with the UN SDG goals as they provide a type of benchmark. Halfway to the 2030 line, the SDGs are in deep trouble, with only 15% of the goals on track. In some cases, we have seen a regression below the 2015 starting line. The climate crisis is deepening, and goals related to hunger, health, biodiversity, strong institutions, and peaceful societies are all off track. On gender gaps, on the current trajectory, it would take 286 years to close the gender gaps in legal protection and remove discriminatory laws. Only 27 countries have made budgetary allocations for gender equality and empowerment. Today, for every dollar a man earns, women earn only 51 cents. On education, years of underinvestment in education and learning means that by 2030, some 84 million children will be out of school and 300 million children or young people will leave school unable to read and write. On extreme poverty, under current trends, 575 million people will still be living in extreme poverty in 2030. Only 1/3 of countries will meet the target to half national poverty levels. The goal set in 2015 was ambitious and we had advanced, but now it's unattainable. On climate change, between 1970 and 2021, there were nearly 12,000 reported disasters from weather, climate, and water extremes, causing over 2 million deaths and $4.3 trillion in economic losses. Over 90% of these deaths and 60% of these losses occurred in developing economies, undermining sustainable development. A new report this week shows climate disasters are reversing global development at unprecedented rates, impacting food security, employment, and education. On food and water scarcity, climate impacts also led to 920 million children being exposed to water scarcity in 2020, driving climate refugees. For nearly 750 million people, the basic right to adequate food is violated on a daily basis. 70% of the world's hungry people live in areas affected by war and violence. Around 1/3 of the total food production per year is wasted or lost. This is enough to feed 3 billion people, or nearly 40% of the global population. Agriculture accounts for 70% of global freshwater withdrawals, of which half is wasted. We simply do not have enough water or food to meet the demands of a growing population. On emissions reductions, so far there's been very limited progress in reducing the emissions promised by countries to achieve the temperature goal of the Paris Agreement. More worrying, a report published this week notes that even though major producer countries have pledged to achieve net zero emissions, their plans and projections indicate an increase in global coal production until 2030 and a global rise in oil and gas production until at least 2050. This paints a pretty grim picture, doesn't it? I wondered, why are citizens not holding their policymakers and stakeholders more accountable? What is the perception of others on these critical issues? In a global survey done by UNICEF amongst the younger generation, it surprised me to see that the youth, particularly in low-income countries, believe the world is getting better. 2/3 of young people in developing nations said that they thought today's children would do better financially than their parents, especially in Africa and South Asia. In contrast, only 1/3 of young people in the 6 richest countries thought that today's children would be economically worse. In the US, for example, 56% of young people and 64% of older people said that children today would be worse off than their parents. In Japan, it was 70%, but in Ethiopia, it was 11%, and in Indonesia, 16%. Wealth accumulation and improvements in living standards may have slowed for the North, but in almost all of the global South, living standards have improved across the board and people have been lifted out of poverty. What I found particularly poignant about the survey was the impact of perception on pessimism, especially with the wealthier North. Whilst we are tackling 2030 SDG goals that seem to stagnate or even go into reverse, causing great consternation, we fail to take a step back and realize that these rich countries were actually very, very poor only a few generations ago. In 1820, only an elite few had high standards of living, while the vast majority of people lived in extreme poverty. As regions industrialized, productivity increased, and more people were lifted out of poverty. In 1950, 2/3 of the world lived in extreme poverty, which dropped to 42% in 1981, and then below 10% in 2015. This is remarkable if we consider that the global population has also increased 7-fold over the last 2 centuries. It is economic growth that has enabled more prosperity to people, has lifted more people out of poverty, whilst populations also grew at an unprecedented rate. Every day since 1990, there are 130,000 fewer people living in extreme poverty. This shows us we have made tremendous progress. On health, in the 1800s, around 43% of newborns died before their 5th birthday. Rising prosperity, public health interventions, and housing sanitation improved their chances to help fight diseases. Healthier diets made possible by higher productivity in agriculture and trade also contributed to improving health. A more educated population led to more scientific breakthroughs, which led to germ theory in the 19th century. This laid the foundation for medicines and vaccinations. In 2017, child mortality rates were 10-fold lower than 200 years ago. On population, in 1800, the global population was around 1 billion and increased 7-fold since then. But before we moan and groan about this rapid growth, we should remember that this is a tremendous achievement, as it shows that humans have stopped dying at the rate our ancestors did. Population growth is also a temporary phenomenon. It's a consequence of fertility and mortality not declining simultaneously. In countries that industrialized first, like in the UK, it took 95 years for fertility to decline from 6 children to less than 3 per woman. South Korea went from more than 6 children per woman to less than 3 in just 18 years. The UN expects a population growth to end as soon as 2075. On literacy, in the 1800s, 9 out of 10 people could not read. Today, more than 8 out of 10 people are able to read. In 1800, fewer than 100 million people could read and write. Today, we are at 86% or 6.7 billion who can read and write. Progress has been made in providing education to children in scale. On education, our younger generations today are much better educated than their ancestors. Contrary to all other statistics mentioned today, which fluctuate over time, education is the only metric that remains forever. A literate young woman today will be a literate old woman in 2070. I mentioned earlier that by 2030, 84 million children would be out of school and that 300 million children leave unable to read and write. Depressing statistics, right? So let me give you another perspective. By 2030, 4.7 billion children will have a secondary education, in comparison to 2000, where it was only 2.3 billion. This means that in only 30 years, we will have been able to double the number of children with a secondary education. This is incredible progress. By 2100, 7 billion minds will have received at least a secondary education. Think of the collective impact of all this knowledge, this sharing, towards creating solutions in our world. So if we take a step back to really view our progress, our perspective changes, as it becomes clear that the world is not static at all. Having an overview of the lives of 22 billion people over 200 years shows the transformative development that has improved our global living conditions slowly but steadily. Because our hopes and efforts for building a better future are inextricably linked to our perception of the past, it's important to understand the global development up to now. We have become accustomed to media which only focuses on single events and not presenting information on long-run developments. This explains how a majority of people are ignorant about global development and have little hope that progress is even possible. Knowing that we have come a long way in improving living conditions, and the notion that our work is worthwhile is what drives us to continue pushing forward to seek improvement. But it is not possible for a single person to change the world. It is our collective minds and our collaborative efforts that are needed for revolutions that improve our lives. What we learn here is that we can change the world. This gives us purpose. Purpose leads all great movements with a guiding light, uniting citizens from top to bottom. It empowers people to align and collectively create change together. During a visit to NASA Space Center in 1962, President Kennedy noticed a janitor carrying a broom. He interrupted his tour, walked over to the man, and said, "Hi, I'm Jack Kennedy. What are you doing?" "Well, Mr. President," the janitor said, "I'm helping put a man on the moon." That janitor was part of a team with a goal greater than himself. So here is my point. No matter how large or small your role, you are contributing to the larger story unfolding within your life, business, or country. When people unite and embrace through purpose, incredible things happen. Setting a future vision so citizens know what direction to move in creates a movement and adhesion between people. It creates better collaborations and motivates united action. Purpose is the vision which rallies people. It's not the 10-step program on how to get things done. When Martin Luther King, in 1963, during the March on Washington, gave his famous speech, he did not say, "I have a plan." He said, "I have a dream." People bought the dream and joined the effort. This dream sets in motion a movement that impacted everything: the economy, social law, inclusion. It changed history, because this is the power of purpose as opposed to a plan. A country today that saw tremendous uplift in education, innovation, economy, safety, health is Rwanda. Barely 9 years had passed since the genocide, which claimed 1 million lives and orphaned 1 million children. Paul Kagame had read The Purpose-Driven Life and decided that Rwanda would be the first purpose-driven country. He brought together volunteers, focused on education and training in health. He developed inclusion in the workforce for women. Today, the poverty rate has dropped 11%, and 48% of the workforce is female. Rwanda is one of the fastest growing countries today and is called the Switzerland of Africa due to its advancement in technology and banking. In a very different part of the world, Bhutan also had a vision of sustainable development with a focus on environment. It created a gross national happiness index, which guides its policies. Its economy is driven by agriculture, forestry, tourism, and hydropower. In order to conserve the country's natural resources, its constitution mandates the government to maintain a minimum of 60% of its total land under forest cover. This kingdom is not only carbon neutral, but it's even carbon negative. These two examples show what is possible when governments adopt purpose-driven leadership. Creating a principle that announces your values and vision not only guides your people, but also sets your plan transparently on the international stage to attract like-minded stakeholders and investors. It sets forth what you stand for and what you will create. There's an increasing demand from the younger generations for transparency, authenticity, ESG focuses, and sustainable practices behind brands or movements they support. In a recent report issued by BBDO in Asia, the top concerns of consumers were environmental, social, governance, diversity, equity, inclusion, and women empowerment. Younger generations demand that brands have accountability and fill the gaps that governance cannot. This brings us to the last P, pragmatism. With an increasingly educated population, higher expectations are coming from younger generations. Purpose without pragmatism will deliver few results. So it's important to engage the youth and draw a clear plan of action. At JFK's inaugural address in 1961, he said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." He inspired people to see the importance of civic action and public service. He challenged every American to contribute in some way to the public good. JFK was cultivating inspired nationalism to make change. Some countries today, such as Saudi Arabia, are fostering an excitement and alignment of all stakeholders under a common goal, Vision 2030. They're reversing the brain drain as educated Saudis are returning home to continue the development of their country. Their agenda is ambitious, and a full transformation is underway, from quality of life programs to healthcare transformation and everything in between. All the information towards how they will execute their plans, including their purpose and pragmatic approaches, are available online. Everyone from both public and private sectors is welcome to contribute, and incentives are in place to help them do so. The inspired nationalism has even attracted foreigners to embrace Saudi and their purpose as their own. With new participants assisting with this vision, this combined knowledge-based collaboration and momentum has accelerated, with more likelihood to meet their 2030 targets. Pragmatism is also important in turning a vision into real deliverables. Saudi is addressing the building blocks by laying out the tools available to all to help them achieve their goals. These tools need to be put in place for stakeholders to be empowered to take action. Governance, policies, incentives, all pathways created should be available to facilitate execution so others can understand their role in your big picture and how to implement your vision. Transparency, communication, and accessibility to information for all actors should underline the processes created to ensure everyone can remain informed and aligned. Finally, going back to the subject of perspective, we saw changes do happen in increments over time. This brings to mind the Japanese philosophy of Kaizen. Kaizen is commonly referred to as continuous improvement. It approaches meeting goals through processes of systemic and collaborative learning. It also promotes personal discipline and leads towards sustainable approaches, as its quest is to improve upon existing methods. Kaizen has been applied to several industries globally with incredible results. When used as a method, performance, quality, sustainability, inclusion, and education improved amongst workers. In Singapore, it was successfully used as a method to train unskilled laborers in quality control. In Thailand, it was used in the automotive industry and raised the national export level to 7th in the world. In Tanzania, it was used in the healthcare sector to train hospital workers, and now is the core of the National Quality Improvement Program. Kaizen may or may not be helpful to you in your approach to governance, but it does show us that a Japanese philosophy can be shared with teams in Africa, and collaborations across 2 different cultures yield great results. It's events like this that bring together public, private, local, international views that then create the dialogues and experiences which help us all make change in the world and accelerate progress. This space where we foster different approaches, philosophies, and cultures is what helps us shift our perceptions. This is critical, as sometimes our perception of situations is clouded by day-to-day events. But taking a step back, we can better appreciate how far we've come. Seeing changes happened gives us hope. Hope is the fuel for action, and we channel that action through purpose. Purpose gives us all courage, unity, and vision. It gives us meaning and focus. But pragmatism is how we get there together. It gives us pathways so we feel empowered and know how to contribute. Fundamentally, we see through history that humanity has an innate desire to contribute and make the world a better place. So ask yourself, not what have I achieved, but what have I contributed to the world today? So what is my big picture? I will leave you with one of my favorite quotes from Guy Kawasaki about making change in the world. He said, "If you set out to make money, you will not change the world, you will not make money, and you will fail. But if you set out in the world to make meaning, you will change the world, you will make money, and you will succeed." Thank you.
So it's not possible for a single person to change the world, but change begins with me. In the words of John F. Kennedy, one person can make a difference and everyone should try. Thank you, Dana, for some very great insights and inspiring takeaways. Ladies and gentlemen, just sharing some news with you. Hashtag the Future Summit and hashtag the Big Picture are trending, so keep talking. Thank you very much. We're also using secondary hashtags, hashtag HBL, hashtag Unity Foods Limited, hashtag Nutshell Group. Amongst our speakers, interestingly, Amir Paracha Sahab is trending at number 6. So whatever you said, Amir Sahab is striking some chords with our audiences. Right, so now we come to the address by the caretaker Federal Minister for Energy, Power and Petroleum, and it's interesting that some of the points that Dana was making in her address will also be addressed by the Honorable Minister Saab. So Mr. Muhammad Ali brings with him 30 years of experience in international and domestic, public and private sectors. He has previously served as the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. He's also made his mark in business. He is the founder of some leading companies like Inbox Business Technologies, Elixir Securities, etc. And he also has significant contributions to policy making. Sir, we request you to please address the audience. And another request is to please take 10 to 12 minutes if that is possible. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it is never a good idea to be the last speaker in the morning session. We all need our second round of coffee, I think. I'll try to be brief. Distinct Excellencies, foreign delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Asfar, for inviting me here. And I think it's a great service that Asfar and some of our other colleagues do to our cities and to our country by bringing us all together and making sure that there's exchange of ideas. So thank you for inviting me. Today, my responsibilities in the caretaker government is of energy, but I think it will be injustice on my part if I speak only about energy today, because energy is a very small part of the future, of the big picture that we are trying to create here. So I'll touch upon energy, but I have organized my talk in 3 parts. First is I'll briefly talk about what the future is looking like. Secondly, where do we stand today? And thirdly, how do we participate in that future? Because if we only talk about future and we don't talk about how we will participate and what's our strategy to participate in that, then I don't think we'll be able to get much out of this gathering. So what does the future look like? I think today it's a no-brainer that science and technology is the driving force which will shape the way we all live going forward. Who could have imagined a few years ago that we will, let's say 3 decades ago, that we will all be having our smartphones today, and while sitting here, a lot of work will be happening, will be a lot more productive compared to what we could have been 3 decades ago. Who could have imagined that social media and the Twitter trends that we just talked about will be part of our life? Who could have imagined that we all will be talking about introducing more and more EVs into our lives? Who could have imagined that there will be driverless cars in the world? And this is all happening. So this is where we are. Just a few years ago, who could have imagined that ChatGPT will be an important part of our existence? And that's happening. Who could have imagined that billions of dollars of trading will be taking place in cryptocurrencies powered by blockchain? But that's happening. All these technologies, all these innovations will be ruling our world going forward. But I think there's a lot more which will happen. The way we live 10, 20 years down the line will be very different as compared to the way we are living even today. There are companies in the West which are already working on flying cars. Now, when we talk about it, it seems like an unreal thing, but it's going to happen. The speed with which we communicate from one point A to point B, that speed will grow, the time will shrink, the world will be a much smaller place compared to what it is. The distances will be traveled at a much faster speed. The level of information, the level of knowledge, the data will be many-fold compared to what it is today. Human beings are trying to conquer space, and we will inshallah do that. So the world that will be there, the future that will be there, the future for which we are all gathered here, I think it will be very, very different compared to what we are seeing today. The way today's world is very different compared to somebody who was living 30, 40 years ago could have imagined. And that's the future that we have to be ready for. That's the future that we have to be a part of. Now, before I go any further, let's talk about where do we stand today. This summit is happening in Pakistan. So we need to take stock of our own situation, of our own positioning in the world. Where do we stand today? What are some of the issues, some of the big issues that we face today? Because unless we realize and unless we talk about what are the issues that we are facing today, we cannot plan for the future that we will be entering. Now, some of the big conversations, big themes that we all talk about, I'll just touch upon a few points here. Tax to GDP. We still have almost a single digit tax to GDP, which is among the lowest in the world. We talk about SOEs, we talk about privatization, we talk about ghost schools, we talk about being the low-income country today. A decade ago, 15 years ago, Pakistan GDP per capita was more than some of our neighboring countries. And today, we are actually 60% of Bangladesh and India. So when we imagine the world, when we roam around the world, countries today are way ahead of what they were 10 or 20 years ago. But unfortunately, today in Pakistan, we give examples of how good we were in 1960s or how good we were in 2000s. So we have actually regressed, and that's the reality that we have to accept. And with this reality, only can we change our future. We still are stuck in issues like informal economy. We are stuck in hundi and hawala. We are stuck in power theft. One of the big jobs that we had at hand when the caretaker government came was the power theft and the gas theft. And we have done a massive crackdown on that. One of the big issues we face is people are not paying their bills. Now, if some people don't pay their bills, then others do compensate for that. And we are stuck with brain drain. We are stuck with very high rate of population growth. Bangladesh in 71 had higher population than we had at that time. Today, if their population growth was the same that we have faced in the recent past, their per capita GDP would have been a lot lower than what it is. So they have managed to control that. So these are some of the realities that we are facing today. And this brings me to the last part of my talk today, which is the most important part, that how do we participate in the future? The future that we are seeing, the reality that we are seeing today, how do we as a country participate in that? How do we participate in a happy future? But I'll just take a pause here and I'll talk about my portfolio on energy, because that also touches a bit about the future. And then I'll go to the big question that how do we participate in the future? Energy is the lifeline of any nation. Today, we are still faced with around 50 million people in Pakistan who do not have proper access to electricity. They are either on weak grid or they are off grid. People in villages are still using wood and other fuel sources for their livelihood. We still are not able to provide even water to a large part, to a certain percentage of our population. Where have we gone wrong? I think we have gone wrong in planning, and I think we have gone wrong in policies. When we started our reform program in 1990s, at that time, the level of knowledge and information was much lower. However, 10 years after that, we had learned a lot of lessons, but we did not implement those lessons. So our planning and policy function has been very weak. Where do we need to go from here? Pakistan is among the lowest per capita consumer of electricity. On one hand, we talk about having excess electricity. On the other hand, we are not able to provide electricity to our people. On one hand, we are saying we should not have any more power plants. On the other hand, we are still doing load shedding. So there is a mismatch, there is a flaw somewhere. The flaw is that we have not kept our generation, transmission and distribution systems in sync with each other. Electricity is just like a commodity today. Countries who have more of it should be selling it to the ones who need it, and vice versa. We have not even started importing and exporting electricity. We have not even thought about creating a regional grid. Countries in Central Asia, countries in Europe already have it. Recently, we changed the gas pricing structure because there were massive losses in the gas system. Now, what that was doing, that was leading to non-payment for the gas companies, which was leading to lack of exploration, which was leading to Pakistan's import bill going up, which was leading to balance of payment crisis. So, in the energy, we need to think about the future. We need to think about regional grids. We need to think about a policy and pricing framework. And in all of this, we need to keep issues like climate, renewables, energy conservation in mind. So at the ministry, this is what we are thinking about. This is what we are working. We already focused on that. One big reform has taken place. And within the short period of time that we have in the caretaker government, we are trying to reduce the circular debt stock as much as possible. We're trying to bring payments in line. We're trying to look at the tariff in a way that our issues of capacity payment and some other issues are sorted. So briefly on the energy. Now I'll go to the last part of my talk, which is how do we participate in the future? We have talked about the future, we have talked about where we are, how do we participate in the future? Now, I think all of us will have different recipes to solve our problems. But some of the issues that I highlighted, there's some, and there are a number of other issues that I've not even touched upon. So if we want to address all the issues, it is humanly not possible. Policymakers cannot address all the issues in one go. They have to begin somewhere. And we need to ring fence, and we need to have a framework. Now people talk about that the institution should be fixed. And I know there is research by Ashimoglu and Robinson, Why Nations Fail. But there is another research that you can't fix institutions unless the economy has got enough purchasing power and growth. What comes first, institutions or economic growth? Now the countries who have progressed people talk about corruption. The countries have progressed despite weaker institutions, despite corruption, despite not having the perfect education system. So we need to first decide what our big focus will be. India doesn't have the best institutions today. China has faced corruption, we all know that. Malaysia and Singapore initially 50 years ago did not focus on these things. So in order to participate in the future, the big question that we need to ask and answer is, where do we begin? What do we focus on? What's the framework that we will create? And I think the framework that I would leave you with is, we need to have a framework where we have a few objectives, few big objectives, and those objectives will lead to strategies, and the strategies will lead to the action points. So what should be the 2 or 3 big objectives that we should focus on? And those objectives will keep changing. They won't be consistent forever, maybe for the next 5 years. And I think Pakistan needs to focus on 2 big objectives, and those should be exports and formalizing the economy. Why exports? I think exports is one thing. For example, China, their mantra was manufacturing being the factory for the rest of the world, India IT and being the back office for the rest of the world. So there's one or two big things that we need to focus on. Now, if we focus on exports, now that leads to a number of strategic steps that we need to take. Some of them will be, what should be the role of state? Government's footprint and SOAs are leading to inefficiencies. That's leading to misallocation of our scarce resources, financial and human. That's affecting the meritocracy in the economy. That's leading to some people not being competent enough but being rewarded unfairly. So if we focus on exports, we will need to answer what do we do with the SOEs? What should be the government's footprint in the business? We will need to talk about the currency. How do we manage our currency? What should be the exchange rate which makes our exports competitive? In order to have a stable currency, there will be a number of steps we'll need to think about. If we focus on exports, we'll have to talk about the interest rates. Businesses cannot be competitive with a very high interest rate. And we will need to focus on our fiscal deficit, on our borrowing. If we focus on exports, we will have to talk about the energy pricing. With a very high energy pricing, industries can't be competitive. We'll talk about agriculture yields that was touched upon today. We'll talk about population growth and female participation. No country, besides the one who have got natural resources like oil, no country in the last 50 or 100 years has grown consistently without an active female participation in their workforce. It's proven research, because when you have female participation, it leads to a higher per capita income and it leads to low wages for the industry. We need to talk about labor arbitrage, because labor arbitrage will lead to exports. Pakistan today is much cheaper compared to the rest of the world in terms of IT exports. We have a large pool of young people, and we are not even focused on vocational training in the country. There's a huge demand in the neighboring countries for vocational training. So the objective to increase our exports will lead to a number of other strategies that we will have to think about, and that will solve a number of issues that we are facing today. The second big objective I think we should think about is formalizing the economy. Now we have, as I said, we have one of the lowest tax to GDP in the world. We have one of the highest currency in circulation. I mean, we are living in a world payment of a dinner with a credit card. And there was some people, and they said, and there was like the facial expression changed, and I didn't know why it changed. And they said, we actually use WeChat and Alipay here. So, and when you go to a normal hawker store, people are taking payment from credit card. The economies have formalized, have documented themselves. When we talk about formalizing the economy, besides tax to GDP, we'll have to automate things. We'll have to bring technology. NADRA will need to get strong. We will need to talk about corporatization. In Pakistan, we have more than 3 million businesses, and only 100,000 of them are corporatized. We do not have a business registry in this country at the moment. We don't have data that who is doing what business. Globally, even a newspaper stall gets some sort of a certification. Unless the corporate sector in the country is not flourishing, because if you are a corporate, you pay higher tax compared to partnership or sole proprietorship. There is no regulator like SECP. There is no audit requirement. So we are actually discouraging corporatization. So when we focus on formalizing the economy, a number of our ills will automatically be answered. So what do we do to achieve these two big objectives? I think there are two things that we need to start with. Firstly, I think the planning function in our country is highly underrated. We do not focus on that. Traditionally, we have focused on financial planning and not economic planning. We need to spend more time, we need to give more focus to the planning function. Because unless we plan, how do we know what objectives do we want to focus on? How do we know what strategies to focus on to achieve those objectives, and what action points to focus on to implement those strategies? So the planning function, I think, needs a lot more focus in Pakistan compared to what we have done in the past. The energy sector I talked about, planning, policies, that was the missing link. Second thing that we should do, and I think these are two things we should start with, focus on planning. Secondly, we need to bring our academia, private sector and public sector closer to each other. There is they're not in sync. There is a disconnect here. The academia has a lot of information, knowledge, research. The private sector has a lot of practical knowledge, and the public sector is making policies. Unless we bring the three together, I don't think we'll be able to plan and come up with the right policies in the country. I believe Pakistan is at a crossroad. We have a huge potential that we can achieve, but for that, we will need to sit together, to think, to plan, and to strategize. And inshallah, with events like these, with conversations like these, and with these messages going to the public sector and to the policymakers, Pakistan will be a part of a happy and progressive future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Muhammad Ali Sahib. Thank you for giving policy level inputs in the larger context and touching upon some extremely critical success factors that will be central to Pakistan's success. I picked up a few of them: currency, exports, female participation, vocational training, data management, accountability, corporatization, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, as per our program schedule, we have two more speakers in this session, but they are not joining us today. Dr. Umar Saif, Caretaker Federal Minister for IT, Telecom, Science and Technology, had to be in Islamabad due to an unplanned cabinet meeting, so he will be with us tomorrow. We will announce his session later. Also, the Caretaker Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, was due to talk to us online today. She was also unable to come because of the ongoing IMF meetings, but she will be joining us in the closing session tomorrow. So this means that we are at the end of our inaugural session. We had some great insights coming in from our local and international speakers. Before we go to the presentation of souvenirs, I'd like to just caution all of you that we have a packed program today and there are many exciting sessions coming up. So for everybody to be able to enjoy these sessions, it is very, very important that we are back in the hall after the tea break at 11:25 a.m. That's the only way that we'll be able to manage the timing for the rest of the day. So I thank you in advance for your time management. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we haven't started tea yet. If you could please stay seated. We still have to present souvenirs to our speakers. Today's event features the soft launch of Dr. Ishrat Hussein's book, Development Pathways, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, 1947 to 2022. Dr. Ishrat Hussain is an author, economist. He was the former federal minister and governor, State Bank of Pakistan. He is a very well-known and well-respected name in Pakistan. He is the recipient of the highest civilian award, the Nishan-e-Imtiaz, as well as the Hilal-e-Imtiaz. So the book that we are presenting to our worthy speakers presents a comparative analysis of economic and social development in these three countries ever since their respective independence. We are delighted that we'll be presenting to each of our speakers a personal copy of Dr. Hussein's book, also specially given to us by Bonanza Satrangi Fragrances. They are giving special fragrance packs to our worthy speakers. With this, I'd like to ask Muhammad Asif Aslam, founder and CEO, Nutshell Group, and Mr. Farrukh, Amin, CEO, Unity Foods Limited, to please come forward. Please take your positions at the front of the stage. Thank you. Would you please bring in the first pack? Yes. Mr. Muhammad Ali, Caretaker Federal Minister for Energy, Power and Petroleum. Sir, you're requested to please hand over the souvenirs to our speakers. So, first of all, I'd like to invite Mr. Amir Paracha, please, to receive his souvenir, the book, as well as the fragrance pack from Bonanza Satrangi Fragrances. It seems like everybody is caffeine deficient. We can do a little better with the clapping. Thank you. Major General Shahid Nazir, Director General Strategic Projects. Please, sir, receive your souvenir. Right. Mr. Lasha Tabitse, Global Chief Digital Officer, WION. All the speakers in the hall, if you want us to clap more for you, you'll have to join in the clapping right now. Yes. All right. Dana Salim, please receive your souvenir. To present the book and the to present the book and the fragrance package to Mr. Muhammad Ali, Caretaker Federal Minister for Energy, Power and Petroleum, I'd request Mr. Farrukh Amin to please do the honors. And now for the photograph that hopefully will be all over the papers later this evening and tomorrow, the group photo, please. All our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a quick cup of tea and let's see how quickly you can gulp down your coffee or tea. You can even bring your mugs back to the hall, but please be here at 11:25. Thank you very much, everyone.
its integrated value chain. One company is on a mission to deliver its promise of enriching the lives of millions, a name trusted for quality food products. We are Unity Foods, market leaders in Pakistan's staples category, running 9 state-of-the-art facilities and boasting a portfolio of over 34 products. This is our journey of passion, commitment, and excellence on a path to ensuring food security. In the heart of our farm-to-fork journey lies a simple seed, a promise for a healthier future. We control every step, turning each grain into goodness on our consumers' tables. Our commitment to quality is evident through sustainable sourcing practices, ensuring purity and reliability. Embark on a revolutionary journey with us at Sunridge, where Pakistan's first mill, armed with cutting-edge Swiss technology, transforms every grain into the purest flour. Our Sunridge brand presents not just flour, but a promise of a healthier lifestyle. Dive into innovation with our key offering, FiberFit, a game changer in flour. Redefining the future, reduces cholesterol and supports weight loss. It aids digestion, introducing all-purpose flour, semolina, and pizza flour, each a crafted masterpiece. Join us in shaping a future where every bite is a step toward wellness and vitality. Diversifying beyond wheat, Sunridge rice, sourced from lush paddy fields, promises grains 2 to 3 times bigger than ordinary rice, renowned for its signature aroma and flavor. Our oilseed crush solvent plant produces premium oils fortified with essential nutrients. Dostock, our flagship brand, blends omega-3 and 6, and vitamins A, D, and E. Imported palm oils are refined for global customers and top confectionery manufacturers. Committed to sustainable growth, we transform crushed seeds into animal feed with global demand. Salt from Pakistan's best mines creates Sunridge Pink Himalayan salt, rich in 84 natural trace minerals, and refined iodized salt for mental development in children. In Sunridge's confectionery facility, our produce transforms into good goodies, a wholesome snack enriched with Energix for a healthy choice. At Sunridge Mart, our quality products meet consumer experience under one roof, infusing creations with our commitment to quality and health. Our farm-to-fork journey culminates at Unity Foods, making food a joyful experience and cherished memories for all consumers. Our measure of success is the value our products add to lives' nutrition, health, happiness, and celebration for everyone. Through its integrated value chain, one company is on a mission to deliver its promise of enriching the lives of millions, a name trusted for quality food products. We are Unity Foods, market leaders in Pakistan's staples category, running 9 state-of-the-art facilities and boasting a portfolio of over 34 products. This is our journey of passion, commitment, and excellence on a path to ensuring food security. In the heart of our farm-to-fork journey lies a simple seed, a promise for a healthier future. We control every step, turning each grain into goodness on our consumers' tables. Our commitment to quality is evident through sustainable sourcing practices, ensuring purity and reliability. Embark on a revolutionary journey with us at Sunridge, where Pakistan's first mill, armed with cutting-edge Swiss technology, transforms every grain into the purest flour. Our Sunridge brand presents not just flour, but a promise of a healthier lifestyle. Dive into innovation with our key offering, FiberFit, a game changer in flour. Redefining the future, reduces cholesterol and supports weight loss. It aids digestion, introducing all-purpose flour, semolina, and pizza flour, each a crafted masterpiece. Join us in shaping a future where every bite is a step toward wellness and vitality. Diversifying beyond wheat, Sunridge rice, sourced from lush paddy fields, promises grains 2 to 3 times bigger than ordinary rice, renowned for its signature aroma and flavor. Our oilseed crush solvent plant produces premium oils fortified with essential nutrients. Dostock, our flagship brand, blends omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D, and E. Imported palm oils are refined for global customers and top confectionery manufacturers. Committed to sustainable growth, we transform crushed seeds into animal feed with global demand. Salt from Pakistan's best mines creates Sunridge Pink Himalayan salt, rich in 84 natural trace minerals, and refined iodized salt for mental development in children. In Sunridge's confectionery facility, our produce transforms into good goodies, a wholesome snack enriched with Energix for a healthy choice. At Sunridge Mart, our quality products meet consumer experience under one roof, infusing creations with our commitment to quality and health. Our farm-to-fork journey culminates at Unity Foods, making food a joyful experience and cherished memories for all consumers. Our measure of success is the value our products add to lives' nutrition, health, happiness, and celebration for everyone.
I'll request everyone to please grab your cup of tea or coffee. We intend to start on time. 3 minutes to go. I'll request everybody to please grab your cup of tea or coffee and look into settling down again for the next session to start on time. Thank you. Can we please have the stage team here? I need 2 gentlemen to help with a slight reseating.
Through its integrated value chain, one company is on a mission to deliver its promise of enriching the lives of millions, a name trusted for quality food products. We are Unity Foods, market leaders in Pakistan's staples category, running 9 state-of-the-art facilities and boasting a portfolio of over 34 products. This is our journey of passion, commitment, and excellence on a path to ensuring food security. In the heart of our farm-to-fork journey lies a simple seed, a promise for a healthier future. We control every step, turning each grain into goodness on our consumers' tables. Our commitment to quality is evident through sustainable sourcing practices, ensuring purity and reliability. Embark on a revolutionary journey with us at Sunridge, where Pakistan's first mill, armed with cutting-edge Swiss technology, transforms every grain into the purest flour. Our Sunridge brand presents not just flour, but a promise of a healthier lifestyle. Dive into innovation with our key offering, FiberFit, a game changer in flour. Redefining the future reduces cholesterol and supports weight loss. It aids digestion, introducing all-purpose flour, semolina, and pizza flour, each a crafted masterpiece. Join us in shaping a future where every bite is a step toward wellness and vitality. Diversifying beyond wheat, Sunridge rice, sourced from lush paddy fields, promises grains 2 to 3 times bigger than ordinary rice, renowned for its signature aroma and flavor. Our oilseed crush solvent plant produces premium oils fortified with essential nutrients. Dostock, our flagship brand, blends omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D, and E. Imported palm oils are refined for global customers and top confectionery manufacturers. Committed to sustainable growth, we transform crushed seeds into animal feed with global demand. Salt from Pakistan's best mines creates Sunridge Pink Himalayan salt, rich in 84 natural trace minerals, and refined iodized salt for mental development in children. In Sunridge's confectionery facility, our produce transforms into good goodies, a wholesome snack enriched with Energix for a healthy choice. At Sunridge Mart, our quality products meet consumer experience under one roof, infusing creations with our commitment to quality and health. Our farm-to-fork journey culminates at Unity Foods, making food a joyful experience.
Just a reminder, please get your cup of tea or coffee. Join us back in the hall for us to start on time. We have a very packed day and would like to keep to time. Ladies and gentlemen, we would need you back in the hall shortly.
Through its integrated value chain, one company is on a mission to deliver its promise of enriching the lives of millions, a name trusted for quality food products. We are Unity Foods, market leaders in Pakistan's staples category, running 9 state-of-the-art facilities and boasting a portfolio of over 34 products. This is our journey of passion, commitment, and excellence on a path to ensuring food security. In the heart of our farm to fork journey lies a simple seed, a promise for a healthier future. We control every step, turning each grain into goodness on our consumers' tables. Our commitment to quality is evident through sustainable sourcing practices, ensuring purity and reliability. Embark on a revolutionary journey with us at Sunridge, where Pakistan's first mill, armed with cutting-edge Swiss technology, transforms every grain into the purest flour. Our Sunridge brand presents not just flour, but a promise of a healthier lifestyle. Dive into innovation with our key offering, FiberFit, a game changer in flour. Redefining the future, reduces cholesterol and supports weight loss. It aids digestion, introducing all-purpose flour, semolina, and pizza flour, each a crafted masterpiece. Join us in shaping a future where every bite is a step toward wellness and vitality. Diversifying beyond wheat, Sunridge rice, sourced from lush paddy fields, promises grains 2 to 3 times bigger than ordinary rice, renowned for its signature aroma and flavor. Our oilseed crush solvent plant produces premium oils fortified with essential nutrients. Dostok, our flagship brand, blends omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D, and E. Imported palm oils are refined for global customers and top confectionery manufacturers. Committed to sustainable growth, we transform crushed seeds into animal feed with global demand. Salt from Pakistan's best mines creates Sunridge Pink Himalayan salt, rich in 84 natural trace minerals, and refined iodized salt for mental development in children. In Sunridge's confectionery facility, our produce transforms into good goodies, a wholesome snack enriched with energics for a healthy choice. At Sunridge Mart, our quality products meet consumer experience under one roof, infusing creations with our commitment to quality and health. Our farm-to-fork journey culminates at Unity Foods, making food a joyful experience and cherished memories for all consumers. Our measure of success is the value our products add to lives' nutrition, health, happiness, and celebration for everyone. Through its integrated value chain, one company is on a mission to deliver its promise.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start. If you would be kind enough to please take your seats, settle down with your tea and coffee. We have a very interesting conversation scheduled now.
This is our journey of passion, commitment, and excellence on a path to ensuring food security. In the heart of our farm to fork journey,
I'll request Mr. Mohammed Shoaib to be near the stage for the conversation to start on time. We've been talking about some very, very important issues, especially in the context of Pakistan. We've been talking about agriculture, we've been talking about inclusion, we've been talking about women empowerment. Thank you, Shoaib. Great to see you here. Education and especially digital literacy. So we had these very, very powerful, I would call them actually hashtags. We are also trending with the Future Summit and the big picture. So all those very good people who are responsible for this jump in our trend, thank you and please keep doing it. We are talking about the big picture today, ladies and gentlemen. If I could have you back in the hall and settle down. I'll be requesting Dr. Ishrat to please take the stage very shortly. So if everybody could settle down, I'll be really, really happy. We have the whole day to carry on these conversations, but we have a very packed schedule, so we would like to stick to time. We're talking about the big picture today. Visionaries always look at the big picture. Philosophers, from Socrates to Russell, have drummed on the need to look at the big picture for a big change. I think this has been highlighted in all our addresses and conversations this morning, how Pakistan needs to focus on not just creating this big picture, but actually looking at this big picture. Our visuals of man atop the summit and looking down at the clouds syncs with that. So I'll just take the liberty to formally start the second session. 21st century brought along a big change. If I could request everyone to please settle down. Dr. Ishrat has already joined us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would settle down, please, for the conversation to start. The 21st century brought along a big change. In the last 5 years, the world has taken a complete turn in the context of culture, education, economy, work ethics, profitability, and investment, making the concept of the big picture transcend a mere visual panorama. The session that we have now is divided into two segments. The first segment is, The first segment is a conversation between our very eminent Dr. Ishrat Hussain. Rabia has already introduced him, an author, an economist, former federal minister and governor. of State Bank of Pakistan, also honored with Nishan-e-Imtiyaz and Hilal-e-Imtiyaz. Dr. Ishrat Hussain is an asset, and his thoughts have been bound in his new book, The Development Pathways, that Mr. Mohammad Shoaib, CEO Al-Mizan Investment Management, will be talking to him about. We have great insights to learn and carry with ourselves from this conversation. I will formally hand over to Shoaib now to start this conversation with Dr. Ishrat, and request everyone to please maintain silence in the hall for us to truly enjoy. Shoaib, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Can everyone be please seated so that we can start?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We need the silence in the hall. Thank you.
Please have a seat. You will find a seat somewhere. There are a lot of empty seats at the moment right now. So grab them before they are gone. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. With thanks to Nutshell Conferences and Asif Aslam, I would like to start this conversation with Dr. Ishrat Hussain on his book, his latest publication, Development Pathways, India, Pakistan and Bangladesh. So I was lucky enough to get a copy of the book on 8th of November, and that made my holiday on 9th of November. And what could be a better way to spend that holiday in remembering Allama Iqbal, going through the journey of Pakistan over the last 75 years. So it's a wonderful read. I would encourage all of you to have a copy of the book. The Liberty stall is outside. You must get a copy and read it thoroughly. However, we will try to capture some key things from the book during this short session of 25 to 30 minutes. So before we start, I would like to just give you an idea that this is a comparative analysis of the economic and social development in 3 countries over the last 75 years. And I was talking to Dr. Saab before this event, and he told me how difficult it was to get separate data for East Pakistan and West Pakistan in the early part, like early 20 years when East Pakistan existed, and then he was able to get that data. Even World Bank did not have access to that detailed data. So mashallah, he's done a great job in terms of proving his point empirically. So he has shared in the book the development pathways, followed by them the critical success factors and lessons learned, and also the risk and pain points. So as this summit or this conference is about the way forward, this is a very good comprehensive review of what direction do we need to go into to be a successful economy going forward. Dr. Saab, you have very eloquently described in the books the distinct periods of economic journey of these countries, and there have been different periods, and certainly you will throw some light on that a bit later. But one thing that I would like to say is that I think one of the revelations to me personally by reading this book was that every time we look at India, Pakistan and Bangladesh, we hear about success stories of India and Bangladesh and failures of Pakistan as a state. But reading this book, it gave me a very positive attitude and positive understanding that there have been periods and there have been different areas where Pakistan has done tremendously well. And unfortunately, we have lost our view in the last few years. That's correct, in the last 3 decades. But there is a way forward. And if we go back to our basics, and we go back to basics and what we did correctly and what mistake did we make, it will be a good opportunity for us to excel other nations in this world. Dr. First question to you. So Pakistan has gone through different cycles of boom and bust, and every economy goes through that. But what we have observed that this has been more prominent in case of Pakistan. Our economy has been more volatile. Bangladesh has progressed very well in the last couple of decades, and similar has been the case with India, which did very well in the last 30 years. So unfortunately, it is only Pakistan that has seen deterioration over the last 3 decades. Now, this is a tricky question. So would you attribute this failure to political instability, lack of visionary leadership, poor governance, or erratic economic policies? I understand like everything breeds to the other, but if we have to identify 1 or 2 factors, what would you like to highlight today? Thank you. ये ऊपर है, ये वाला जी, thank you.
Well, first of all, let me thank Asfar for organizing this particular event, for the discussion on 3 countries which had a unified economic infrastructure, economic contiguity, and they had legal, administrative, cultural affinities. And these 3 countries have really diverged as far as their whole development paradigm is concerned. But it is very interesting. You mentioned, and because there are younger people in this audience and some of the young adolescents also have not gone through the history of Pakistan's economy. So let me give the context in which Pakistan should be evaluated. Right now there is a lot of doom and gloom, and everybody, wherever I go, feels, well, that is the end of Pakistan's economic upsurgence. We will continue to remain because that is our destiny. But ladies and gentlemen, especially the younger people, 1947, Pakistan did not inherit even one single industrial unit. It was an agrarian society. It only got 100 civil servants who were the Muslims members of the ICS. And the Reserve Bank of India refused to give us our share of the resources of the reserves, despite the Governor General's verdict that Pakistan should get its own share out of the divisible pool. So it was the philanthropy of people like Adamji and Habib and others which carried Pakistan forward for a long period of time by paying even salaries. We didn't have the stationery, we didn't have the pencils, we didn't have the pen, we didn't have offices. And from that particular, starting point, which the Life magazine actually predicted with a picture of Quaid-e-Azam on the cover, that Pakistan will not last more than 6 months. It will be economically, a non-viable project, and it will collapse. That was the starting point. And from 1950 to 1990, despite this inheritance, which was very unfortunate for Pakistan, Pakistan was one of the fastest growing developing country in the world, among the top 10. And Pakistan's growth rate was 6 to 6.5% per annum for 40 years, while India was growing as what the development economists used to call the Hindu rate of growth, which was 3%. And Bangladesh, from 1971 to 1990, didn't grow at all. It was flat. So this was a country where a lot of people used to visit from outside and say, what is it that Pakistan is doing that it is progressing so well? And the poverty has gone down, while the poverty in India was still 50%, and in Bangladesh it was 70%. The living standards are much higher in Pakistan. So the book, coincidentally, is able to divide the entire period into 2 parts. And the reasons for the division are very different. Pakistan started as one of the fastest growing, and today it has become the laggard in South Asia. It is the slowest growing country. So if you take 1990 to 2022, Pakistan's performance has been below its potential and below its historical past. While at the same time, Jawaharlal Nehru was a very committed Fabian socialist. And he decided that he doesn't want the capitalist form of government, and he wants the state to control the commanding heights. So every decision about the economic progress or economic policies was made by the state, and the planning commission was deciding where you can allocate resources of foreign exchange or the interest rate or the banking loans, how much you can produce. I mean, the private sector didn't have any role to play in this. And therefore, you had a situation where till 1990, what the Indian paradigm was license Raj. And it was bankruptcy of India in 1991. One of the speakers in the earlier session pointed out, I think Amir Paracha, that they had to pledge their gold in order to get the resources. And the government of India decided that they have to demolish the old paradigm and go into a complete new paradigm, which is demolish the license Raj, unshackle the private sector, participate in international trade, attract foreign direct investment, invest in human capital, and reduce the footprint of the state. And since then, India has gone to 6 to 7% growth rate, which we used to have. But Shoaib, the point people forget is that this was not automatic. Narasimha Rao was a congressman. The Indian investors and the foreign investors didn't believe that India has gone through this shift. They waited till Vajpayee, of BJP opposition leader, became the Prime Minister. And he not only continued those policies, but went ahead with the privatization of the state-owned enterprises. So he even went one step further. And then, Manmohan Singh was the architect of the 1991 reforms, and he remained in power for 10 years. And Modi has actually done even better as far as the economic management is concerned, helping the private sector. He goes to the countries and says, ये मेरे investors हैं, ये आपके यहाँ business करना चाहते हैं. He's actually a spokesman for the private sector, and that's why $16 billion every year are invested by the Indian companies all over the world. The Tatas have Jaguar, and Mittal has Arcelor. In that example, Adani has port. I just visited Colombo, and Adani is constructing a state-of-the-art port, because Modi went to Sri Lanka and said, we want to help you and this guy. Bangladesh, also till 1990, was on turbulence. They also adopted the same policies of state driving the economy. Because the West Pakistani industrialists, like Adamjis and Daus, their assets were confiscated. So they didn't want this to be in the private sector, so the government took over them. And as you know, when your government has control over productive assets, results are pretty bad. Then Sheikh Mujib, the founder of the country, was assassinated. And then there was coup after coup until 1991, when Ishrat went away and democracy was restored. Bangladesh also followed a liberalization policy and took off. While Pakistan, as I said, went the other way, because the institutional capacity of Pakistan to deliver goods and services and to accelerate the economic growth had depleted for a variety of reasons, and which I've discussed in the book.
Thank you. So coming to taking a cue from your conversation about reduction of poverty or increasing in GDP per capita, in your book you have mentioned number is drastically reduced to roughly about 25% below poverty lines. So, mashallah, all three countries have done very well in that aspect.
But in terms of having an inclusive growth, in terms of reducing poverty, inclusive growth in terms of income inequality perspective, we have not done that well.
Right.
So what needs to be done to make this growth more inclusive? What are the steps, or what is the recipe?
Actually, you raise a very critical point. And you remember in the book, I have pain points and risks for all the three countries.
Right.
Now, to me, growth per se, for the sake of growth, is totally irrelevant. Growth should be inclusive in the sense that the benefits of growth are shared by the majority of the population. And that is not happening in any three of the countries. India is worse. India is now more billionaires as compared to what they had in 1990s. And the top 20% of the income groups control 50% of the national income, while bottom 50% have only 20% of the national income. Regional disparities, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan have half or 1/3 of per capita incomes compared to Maharashtra, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Kerala. Social indicators in the south are comparable to East Asia. All the CEOs you see in the United States today of the big tech companies all come from the south. And then you have gender disparity in India also. I was amazed when I did the research, as you told everyone, that there was no comparable data which defines as to what the indicators are. So we had to collect the data. And what surprised me personally, I've been going to India since 1980s constantly, and I thought the women in India were pretty progressive, and they are quite active in the labor force. You know, the labor force participation rate of the women in India and Pakistan is the same, 23%. And Bangladesh is 38%. And that to me is one of the pain points for India. So gender disparity, regional disparity, and income disparity. They have widened in India. On the other extreme is Bangladesh. Bangladesh has actually taken pains to improve their family planning services, their education and their health, nutrition, cleanliness, environment in the households, with the help of the NGOs. You remember Professor Yunus got a Nobel Prize for the microcredit, which empowered 80% of the women to get loans for their own enterprises. BRAC, under Sir Fazlul Hassan Abid, produced a whole network of primary schools in the rural Bangladesh, which was not done either in India or Pakistan. So the gender disparity and income disparity would be, in my view, according to the data, pretty low as far as Bangladesh is concerned. But my recent visit, I just was there for launch of my book. I see that the real estate, because the land is very, very congested, the area is very low. The people who had a plot of land, their own houses, they have gone for multi-storied buildings, and therefore they have become rich overnight. And to me, this tendency means that income disparities in Bangladesh are also rising. But I have no data for that, but that's just an observation which I have. Pakistan, because I have, and you must have read my book, The Economy of an Elitist State, has always been under the influence of a small elite class to which you and I belong to. We should not sort of hesitate to accept the responsibility. We are always trying to rig the markets for our own personal parochial benefits, and we are capturing the state, the same elite class, for getting the largesse, the rents, the concessions, the tax exemptions, the tax evasions, all for our own purposes. Therefore, the elite capture in Pakistan is very strong. Except Quetta, all the districts in Balochistan have high poverty rates. Their social indicators are poor. The female enrollment ratios in Balochistan is pathetic. We haven't paid attention to them. And unless we do that, we are going to have regional disparities, and we are going to have gender disparities. And because of the elite capture, the lobbyists in the big business have amassed a lot of wealth, which is not in Pakistan. The difference between Bangladesh and Pakistan is that they've invested their earnings and the rents. They also get concessions. I'm not denying that the Bangladeshi industrialists didn't get the concessions from the government, but they invested. So today, you have $55 billion of garment exports. They don't grow even one bale of cotton because they invested. And all the foreigners also came in. That is the difference between the three countries. And I'm worried about all the three countries as far as inclusive growth is concerned, because this is not a pattern for economic growth.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Talking about exports, as you rightly mentioned, Bangladesh is doing $55 billion of exports. And they identified that niche market, they developed it very well. India utilized its low-cost labor educated class to actually promote the information technology exports, and they are doing wonders in there. Ever since I came into the business world, or I started my service, I've been hearing that Pakistan has been focusing on 5 export sectors, 5 priority areas. But I wonder why those priority areas have not done well, and maybe have we chosen the wrong priority sectors, or what is the problem here?
Let me tell you the Pakistani experience. Every country looks at the sunrise industries where the global demand is rising. And you invest domestically in order to cater to that needs. If you look at the composition of Pakistan's exports in the 1990s, it was 55% textiles. Leather, sports, surgical goods, same pattern.
Right.
Today, it is the same pattern. It hasn't changed. We haven't gone into electronics. We haven't gone into semiconductors. We haven't gone in engineering goods. We haven't gone in pharma, which are the sunrise industries. Because the public policies favor these established, entrenched vested interests. And I'm guilty, I must tell you this. As a governor, on the export concession policies, although the export tripled during our period for a variety of reasons, but I should have said enough. I debarred the spinners from the long-term concessional financing for exports. But I should have said, I don't want to continue with the traditional exports. I want the non-traditional exports to get the concessions for a limited period of time. So I confess that I also made mistake, and I think that mistake continues even after every regime, because they are very powerful people. The second point I would like to tell you is our erratic economic policies. I went to Faisalabad in 2015, and the exporters there were almost on the verge of crying. They said, we have orders from our buyers for Christmas. We want the government to give us allocation for electricity. This was the period when there was a lot of load shedding.
Load shedding was there.
And give priority as far as the gas is concerned so we can fulfill their orders. And they said, once we are unable to do that, the buyers will go to Cambodia, they will go to Bangladesh, they will go to Vietnam, where they are assured the delivery will be made for Christmas. Because if you deliver after Christmas, it is of no use to the buyers. Then you have overvalued exchange rate. For a long period of time, you are depleting your reserves in order to maintain a certain exchange rate, which is detrimental for exports, but is inducing more imports because imports become cheaper.
Right, right.
So these erratic policies are responsible for our growth or lack of growth of the export sector. I made a calculation, Shoaib. We had reached $25 billion of exports in 2010. And I said if we continue the same growth rate as the past, in 2021, when I was in the government, I presented to them that our exports would have been $46 billion. So your current account deficit would have been wiped out completely. You didn't have to borrow from IMF or from others, so your external debt would have been come. Bangladesh had a steady growth, as you see in the book. India had a steady growth. We had this and that, and that's why. आपकी चिट्ठी आ गई है, तो अब आप
5 minutes.
आपने जो सवाल पूछना है तो पूछिए.
जी, couple of important questions, sir. I'll come to IMF in a minute, but I would like to talk first about human capital development.
Yeah, right.
As many of the esteemed speakers before us also talked about, that 65% of the population is below 30 years of age. That's a huge asset for us. What are we doing about that asset?
Correct.
And if are we what do we need to do to provide them the right education? Because 20 million children are out of school.
Right.
And the other part of the question, which I want to combine the two questions now, is that once they are in the market for job opportunities, how are we? This is again a big challenge for all the three countries. But I would like to talk to you about specifically about Pakistan.
Yeah.
How are we? What are we going to do, or what do we need to do to provide job opportunities to these people? Because I know that, like for example, in terms of even higher education, 10 years ago when I was the president of the CFS Society, we had about 3,000 candidates from Pakistan. Today the number has actually reduced because there are no job opportunities, unfortunately. So please, thank you.
Well, this problem of employment is common to all the three countries.
Yeah.
India adds 12 million young men and women to the labor force every year. And you know the whole IT industry, which is one of the buoyant industry, which is expanding and the second largest exporter, employs only 5 million people. That's the stock. I'm not talking about the flows.
That's right.
Where are you getting all the employment? Informal sector. 80% of the jobs in India, Pakistan and Bangladesh are created in informal sector where productivity is low. So the migration from the rural to the urban areas, according to Arthur Lewis, will only accelerate the growth rate when you move from the low productive sector to the high productive. What you're doing here, you're going from low productivity sector to become hawkers, khonchewala, thelewala, all these which are low productivity. And this is patterned in all the three countries. So I'm quite concerned, as you saw in my book on the pain points. What I want to emphasize, which is a very different view of the world as compared to the brain drain, I believe in brain circulation. And my thesis is as follows. Japan is already on a declining path of 0.7% fertility decline. Korea is on a declining path. These are pure, culturally monolithic countries which have never allowed the foreigners to come in.
Right.
They are now asking Pakistan, India and Bangladesh to supplement their labor force. Because if they don't supplement their labor force, their growth rate is going to decline. The dependency ratio is already 2 working persons to support 1 retiree. That's not a viable situation. So they've asked Pakistan, India, because we are youthful population, 60% is below 30, to provide them those skilled labor which are in demand in their countries. So if I were the minister for overseas Pakistanis, I would negotiate bilateral agreements that this is the amount of persons which we would provide, and then line up all our educational institutions. I mean, we have colleges which are empty after, 12, 31. There is nobody there. You use the existing facilities, you don't have to. And today the online learning is so powerful that you need a facilitator who can give you the kind of training. And then you have a lot of NGOs which are now working on vocational and technical training. So you equip your young men and women with the kind of skills which are needed. Now the Japanese ambassador who went away who was transferred when I was in, he told me, Mr. Hussain, we have asked the government of Pakistan to provide us 30,000 IT graduates by 2030. Our mission came here and they found there are only 2 universities in Pakistan which are up to our standards, up to our mark. And they produce only 400 graduates. Even if we take away all the 400 graduates, we won't be able to meet the 30,000 target. So what should I do? And what should you do? You go to all the colleges and universities, and today you don't need a degrees. You have Google certification, you have Amazon certification, you have Microsoft certification, you have Python, you have ready-made skills which the IT professionals can do. Web development, software applications, there are a whole skill set. So you don't say कि 4 साल आप डिग्री करो, इनको 3 महीने के, 4 महीने के, 6 महीने के courses दो, certificate दो, they will be qualified for that. That is the planning. And out of 800,000 which go out, you should have 400,000 who are the skilled workers. So you're creating a ease on your employment problem. You are increasing your remittances because the skilled laborers send more money per capita as compared to the unskilled labor, and you are meeting the needs of your friends in the Western world. The Western world is now on a declining path, and I have data for each country. The third country which is going to go, negative is Germany. That is what our path should be.
Just one last question before we conclude the session. So you just talked about we have to go back to IMF again and again. And there are 2 group of people, 2 thoughts actually, schools of thought. One group of thought is that when we go to IMF program, we don't implement the reforms they suggest, and that's why we have to go back again. The other school of thought is that if IMF is certainly, all the policies of the IMF are basically contracting in nature, so it stifles the growth, and that is again a challenge or a dilemma we face. What's your take on it?
Now you are a highly educated professional. Now if the IMF asks you that your fiscal deficit should be reduced from 8 to 10% to 4%, your tax GDP ratio, which is exempts 60% of your economic sectors, real estate, retail, transport, agriculture, and property taxes. They don't want additional burden on the corporate sector, which is already paying. Actually, the tax rate should be reduced for the corporate sector. What's wrong with that? Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They say your state-owned enterprises And I produced a report, which is on the Ministry of Finance website, SOE Triage, where we said which enterprises should be retained in the government, but should be restructured. Some of them are not earning the opportunity cost of capital, so their financial model has to be changed. There are others who have to be privatized through the stock market flotation, through concession agreements, and through management contracts. Don't have to sell the assets. You can give the discos for management contract, and you have success factors. If you reduce the T&D losses by such and such point, this is how much you would get. If you recover from 95% to 98%, this is your reward. This is a transparent basis. What is wrong with that? That's what the fund is doing. And they endorsed my report that this is what we should be doing. If they are telling you that you should give more money for Benazir Income Support Program and for the poor, and the subsidies should not be across the board, but through the best to the poor, you're saving a lot of money. Why should I get the subsidy and you should get the subsidy for petroleum products or for gas or for electricity? We don't deserve it. Now, what is wrong with that? We should be doing this on our own and putting our house in order rather than running and then blaming the IMF for all our evils. So I think this is a lesson I want to leave with you, that अगर आप डाइटिंग कर रहे हैं और आप एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हैं, आपने अपनी हेल्थ की तरफ तवज्जो दी है, तो आपको डॉक्टर के पास जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. मगर आपने अगर सारी चटोरबाजी भी की है और आप एक्सरसाइज भी नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो आप डॉक्टर के पास जाएंगे. ये इकोनॉमी का भी हाल है. आप टैक्स नहीं जमा करेंगे, आप एक्सपेंडिचर जो है वो बढ़ाते चले जा रहे हैं, तो फिर यही हशर होगा कि आपको डॉक्टर के पास जाना पड़ेगा. डॉक्टर कहता है अभी गोली, कड़वी गोली खा लो, वो कहते नहीं मैंने कड़वी गोली नहीं खानी है. उसके बाद फिर आप उसके पास भाग के जाते हैं, वो कहता है आप इंजेक्शन ले लो, आप कहते हैं मैंने इंजेक्शन भी ले लें, आप ICU में पड़े हुए हैं, फिर आपकी सर्जरी होगी. That is what the progression in Pakistan is as far as the IMF programs are concerned.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. I wish we had more time.
That is certainly a wish. Thank you so much, Dr. Ishrat. There are a lot of good takeaways. In the interest of time, I will come back to them for the memento ceremony. I'll request you both gentlemen to take your seats, and we'll be inviting our panel for a very, very vibrant discussion exploring the same theme of the way forward, what to do. Ishrat Saab has raised very pertinent issues.
Question and answer नहीं है, audience से आपने रखा इसमें?
No, sir, no Q&A at this point in time.
I want to listen to them also.
We'll definitely look into this, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ji.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll be requesting you to join us back on stage for the ceremony later. Thank you so much. There are always such great insights to carry away from Dr. Ishrat's conversation. Thank you, Shoaib, for your wonderful questions. We've brought along a lot of data today on this stage, and are we responding to that data should be the, I think, topmost query in our heads, because the problems have all been highlighted. The solutions are apparent and visible. So how do we go about that, the way forward? We are being joined by Yusuf Hussain, President and CEO, Faisal Bank Limited, Zishan Sheikh, Country Manager, Pakistan and Afghanistan International Finance Corporation, Fatima Asad Saeed, Chief Executive Officer, Abacus, Ahmed Khan Bozai, Managing Director and City Country Officer, Citibank, Dr. Amjad Waheed, Chief Executive Officer, NBP Funds, Syed Amir Ali, Deputy CEO, Mizan Bank Limited. The session is being moderated by Saqib Ahmed, Managing Director, SAP Pakistan, Iraq and Afghanistan. And when announcing Saqib, I feel very strange giving him this designation because he feels more like nutshell. We've been doing this so long now. So all the best. We look forward to this very insightful conversation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we have been talking since morning about how the world and where the world is heading to. I start the discussion first from myself over here. Born in 1970, the only thing that I was looking forward, the time was going to the school and learning from a teacher and see where my future will lie. I would have 2 hours of sleep after my school as well, because there was nothing else to do. I will spend 1 hour of cricket going outside and playing, and then coming back and seeing that one channel that was coming at that very point of time on television, and then that 8 o'clock drama that comes on the PTV, and then by 9:30 p.m., the orders of the parents to go and sleep. What was my big picture at that point of time? Majority of the people sitting in this room have never thought where our future was lying. With the word sustainability, I think didn't exist at that point of time. And if we talk about technology, getting the photograph through an MMS was the big technological shift that we were talking about. Back to the future was the dream for all of us. 50 years down the road, sitting over here, having these mobile sets in my hand, talking about the technology and the time that we carry and the busyness all the time and the way we execute the things, the only thing that have shifted in the big picture and the bright spots today is, ladies and gentlemen, that we have to make decisions, and we have to make decisions fast, and we have to learn from decisions on day-to-day basis and move on, because we have a lot of help that comes all across with the experience, with the technology today that can help making us finding the bright spots in the big picture today. That's what I've changed. Today, we have a lot of help coming from all different angles that can help us coming to a point where we can make the decisions in the right way. I remember the first time when somebody got laid off in the organization, it was a bad thing. Perhaps he was not capable enough, and everybody was trying to hide the fact that somebody has been laid off. Today, we all understand that is all the process of all the organizations that we move on, that the things are keep on changing and keep on happening there. The process of learning, unlearning, and learn again will be the mantra of our lives. And now coming to the panelists today. Back in the 70s, there were wars. And I talked about that the worlds and the nations will be decides who had the more military power, who have the more atomic bombs, who have the more power over there. 50 years down the road, I can tell you, the world is run by the financial gurus who are sitting with me on this panelists. They are the ones that will drive and that they will define the way forward, how this strategic direction this country will take. It's all about economic direction. It's all about finance today, and it's all about how and which direction we go about. And that's what we will be discussing today. Amir, coming to you. I used to go to the bank way back. I used to open the account. It's almost 2 years. I've not gone to any of the banks over there. All my transactions are taking place online. Artificial intelligence has taken over by all means. And many of the people have stopped even opening the bank branches. They are doing collaborations with the coffee shops and making coffee shops and putting one computer over there and thinking how the world is. How do you see in the era of this technology the bright spot that we are looking for Pakistan?
Oh, thank you, Saqib. I will try to cover your question very specifically. But for that we have to draw an analogy between banking and other supermarkets. You talked about when you was young, so in the same era I was also a kid. So we used to go to stores for shoe, we used to go to a separate store. For Kiryana, we used to go to a separate store. There was a separate sugar shop, a separate ghee shop. But now we go into a supermarket where everything is available. And now if you see at the supermarkets, the supermarket do have a virtual space also apart from a physical space. So although physical space has not eliminated, but there is a virtual supermarket as well. So by same analogy, same thing is going to happen with banking as well. So right now when we go to any place, say for example we go to any phase of DHA, say DHA phase 6, we will find branches of all the banks. So why can't we have one branch where all the banks are operating? So the bankers have not yet thought about it, but probably going forward, it will actually lead to a lot of cost reduction for banks. Actually, people are thinking that these branches are cost and people will not be visiting branches. Yes, to some extent, they will not be, but still we do visit supermarkets. So if all the banks are present in one branch, you can access their services. And then there is a need for super apps as well, whereby all the branch and white label app, whereby all the banks can be accessed to the same app. So we are into a transition phase in Pakistan, and I think there is a huge opportunity for banks in Pakistan, because this is pretty much an untapped market. Although physical banking will remain in place, because there is a need for relationship as well. For some of your financial needs, you need to deal with a human being. So it cannot be eliminated completely, but it will be optimized. So both models will run in parallel with each other. And the brick and mortar model will reduction in the brick and mortar presence will lead to cost savings definitely for the bank, and using technology will definitely enable banks to reach more people more efficiently. But one important thing which I like to highlight for this change to happen. So change happens because of a couple of things. One is definitely an incentive to change, and other one is a compulsion to change. So when you started using your smartphone, there was enough incentive to use it, but if today you stop using a mobile phone, I think the situation is you will be compelled to use it, because then you will be out of the market. So there is a need for compulsion and there is a need for incentive. So in Pakistan, if you look at Pakistan economy, our money in circulation is almost 35-36% of our total M2. If we go to China, somebody talked about China in previous discussions, it's 3.7 or 4%. If you go to Bangladesh, it's 15%. So there is a need for demonetization, and as the economy will demonetize, people will move into banking. So the major source of, the major reason probably of low penetration of banking is also very high currency in circulation. And now the currency in circulation, whatever incentive you give probably will not reduce, because it didn't reduce only because of incentives in India as well. It reduced because of both compulsion, which were the administrative measures leading to demonetization, and an incentive. So probably one model can be, at one point in time, the administrative portion of the government pushes the economy to demonetize. And on the other hand, there is an incentive to deal electronically with counterparties and among merchants. So right now the situation is, if you use cash, there is no transaction fees. If you use digital payments, there is a transaction fee. So I think this has to reverse. So somebody who is dealing in cash, there should be a transaction fees, even at branch counters and retailer counters. And somebody dealing in digital currencies, there should be no transaction fees. So there should be an incentive to deal in digital currencies. Only then you will have enough data available with reference to financial transactions that you can use artificial intelligence to read consumer behaviors and build model on that. So right now there is a lot of discussion about artificial intelligence with reference to building personas and models on consumer behavior, but there has been little being done than said and discussed. But there are other use cases for artificial intelligence inside the bank, like optimizing cash inside the ATM machine, which some of the banks including Mizan Bank is doing, optimizing cash in the cash houses, optimizing your insurance policies. So they are all based on data analytics, machine learning and artificial intelligence. So there is a definite positive use cases, but the use cases for credit scoring has yet to kick into Pakistan, whereby you can dish out small nano loans and micro loans based on credit scoring.
I come from the telco background. You put a very interesting point over here. I remember they used to have the towers at every corner, 4 or 5 towers. And then eventually we come to a point where we said we used to have one tower so that this can be used. I think I just got a new house in Islamabad, and in the new market, the plazas are just ready, and the only thing that are there are 7 new banks. That tells me that the utilization is there, but I totally agree with your point. Zishan, coming to you, this world is changing very fast. this socio-geopolitical situation, especially considering Pakistan in the middle of it. Whenever somebody asks me and define why Pakistan is always in the news, I always tell them, when you have India, Iran, Russia, China, Afghanistan on your borders, why will not be on the news? The company that you deal with, in order to find the bright spots, what are the key parameters that defines, especially considering the Pakistan current geopolitical situation, are the important factors for defining these bright spots for Pakistan?
Is this working?
Yeah.
Thank you, Saqib. And let me begin by thanking Asfar and the Nutshell team for organizing this forward-looking event, bringing us all together and giving me the opportunity to be part of this panel. So as you say, the world we live in today is full of geopolitical challenges. If you look at the last 2 or 3 years, the geopolitical challenges are unfortunately increasing. The world is becoming more polarized. 2.5 years ago, Ukraine and Russia kicked off and had implications way beyond the borders of those two countries. Pakistan sits in a region with Afghanistan where there are ongoing significant challenges. Now, with the conflict in the Middle East and the risks that are associated with that conflict, there are significant headwinds. As an institution that our raison d'etre is working on emerging markets and developing countries, it's part of a job requirement almost to be perennially optimistic and look for bright spots, and we do the same in Pakistan. We continue to be positive in terms of our outlook. There are multiple bright spots one can point towards, but maybe in the interest of time, I'll talk about 4 categories. And actually, a number of them overlap with what Dr. Ishrat spoke about. Each of these bright spots or opportunities are bright spots and opportunities only if something is done about them in the right way. Otherwise, they can all turn into bigger problems for Pakistan in the years to come. So the first one is around the human capital that exists in Pakistan. As has been said by other speakers this morning, the country has 65% of its population is under 30. It's the 9th largest labor market in the world. By 2030, it'll be the 7th largest consumer economy in the world. It's a country that is adjacent to a region to its west, which is very resource rich, but very human resource poor. You only have to travel to that part of the world and realize how big an issue this is. At the same time, Pakistan's starting point on many of these issues is quite low, especially when it comes to women participation in the economy. So for us, a bright spot is around the potential that Pakistan has around realizing its human capital. A recent study we put out suggested that if Pakistan was able to increase its performance in the various human capital indicators to come alongside its peers, so other countries in similar incomes, there is about a 30 to 32% increase in GDP possible from that. Similarly, there is various studies that confirm that if women participation in Pakistan was to increase to a level that is commensurate to where men are, that's another 30%. So you don't have to go all the way. Even a fraction of that increase can result in significant uptick in economic performance and growth in Pakistan. Again, the human capital is a dividend only if you deal with it the right way. Otherwise, the flip side of it is that you have a country where 75% of 10-year-olds cannot read age-appropriate text. 40% of 5-year-olds are stunted in their growth. So if this is not dealt with the right way, the opportunity of the bright spot can very quickly turn into a major challenge. The second bright spot or opportunity that we're optimistic about is the resilience of the private sector in this country. I've now been here a year and a half, and I've had the opportunity to meet with investors of all sizes. And it amazes me how resilient people are here, the private sector here. They're used to volatility, they're used to political uncertainty, economic uncertainty, and it doesn't take a lot for them to turn things around. And that's an asset for Pakistan. And it's something that I think policymakers and others, institutions like ours and others that are trying to assist Pakistan on its economic growth journey, can take a lot of comfort from. Again, Pakistan starts at a very low starting point. A recent report that IFC and the World Bank put out talks about export potential close to $90 billion. Talks about various aspects of, say, the agri sector, which gets talked about and was talked about this morning as well. Fifth largest dairy market in the world, fourth largest livestock market in the world, $1 billion worth of milk wasted every year. So there's so many things that can be done if only the ecosystem can be sort of put together the right way, and we're optimistic about that. I'll pick up speed since I realize I'm running out of time. The final two reasons to be optimistic in the list is, one is around the ongoing push for reform. I think it is clear and everybody knows that Pakistan's economy has deep structural issues which require difficult reforms, which are politically and economically challenging. We're encouraged by some of the push for that reform. The reason I am personally optimistic about it is as an institution, we talk to all stakeholders, including private sector, government, policymakers, IFIs. We now see an alignment amongst stakeholders within the government, stakeholders within multilaterals, IFIs like ourselves, as well as credible members of the private sector on what needs to be done to fix the country's economy. And I think people understand these are difficult things to do, but are absolutely needed. So that gives us a reason of optimism and a bright spot. And the final point, which may be slightly odd as a bright spot, but we think it is, it's around the climate opportunity in Pakistan. I think it's fair to say that the floods that occurred in Pakistan in 2022 have really put Pakistan on the map of the climate agenda globally. It's very powerful to sit in a room in DC, London, New York, Dubai, and say that the floods in 2022 caused more damage in Pakistan than the cumulative damage of climate disasters 30 years preceding that. And that really gets people's attention. And Pakistan now has that attention. The issue or the opportunity is around channeling that attention into funds for Pakistan. And there is a lot of climate funds out there. The problem is they're not coming to Pakistan. So the opportunity that exists, and one that we're quite focused on, is trying to channel that, again, with working both with the public sector as well as the private sector, to try and bring and highlight the opportunity that exists in Pakistan around climate, both in terms of adaptation and mitigation. And we believe if that can happen, that can be a key area and a driver of growth in Pakistan going forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Zishan. Zishan talked about multiple things. He talks about the potential, and we all talk about the potential. But how that potential needs to be nourished, that's the big question in the room. We all know what our potential are. And that takes me to my next question towards Fatma. Fatma, I know you are a big champion of the talent. But this big talent, it's leaving Pakistan like anything. We are not competing with our competition today. We are competing with the world outside. We talk about a youth. We talk about a lot of people present and young people there. We talk about the skill development. But how to retain that talent? And most importantly, what is the role of innovation and adaptation and the skill development that Dr. Ishrat also mentioned there? The role, how we can retain this talent in Pakistan.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Asfar and the Natural team for this opportunity. That is the key and fundamental challenge and priority. Most of the speakers earlier this morning and my colleagues before me as well have highlighted that human capital development is fundamentally should be at the center of any policy making going forward. It is not just about focusing on the services economy. It's about realizing the transition that is being made at a global level towards certain priorities that must be upheld. Now, if I look at it from a corporate angle, and we talk about attraction and retention of talent, very simply put, as business leaders, we look at how do we attract the talent, and then the next focus is how do we ensure there's retention of talent. The first element for me would be brand building. That is what attracts talent to you. The second for retention is the culture within any organization, whether it is an institution, whether it is a private sector, public sector, or even at the national level. And fundamentally, and as I said, it's a very simple way to address it, is saying, are we doing enough in order to build our brand, whether at the national level or at the organization level? And secondly, what kind of culture are we maintaining to sustain the focus that maybe as, what in terms of the business plans that we have, the objectives that we have. So I feel when you roll it back from a Pakistan perspective, the pivot that has taken place in most corporate entities, and if I speak for my own organization, is when you pivot towards the future, you also pivot fundamentally on strategic objectives. You pivot obviously in terms of the environment of systems, policies, procedures, maybe re-looking at collaborations, the services and the products and the markets that you serve. But fundamentally, you have to also pivot towards rebuilding your human capital, ensuring that they're reskilled, ensuring that they are positioned for the future. And that in itself, fundamentally, ladies and gentlemen, becomes a question mark for Pakistan. That are we doing enough to develop a human capital base which will take us into the future? And right now, we're not. Dr. Ishrat Saab mentioned very clearly in terms of education being one of our priorities. And education, to my mind, is not just about academic excellence. It is about the culture and the values that we instill. It's about quality that is imparted to the grassroots, not just your top-tier cities within Pakistan. And it is also about a holistic experience, whether it's sports or whether it's extracurricular as well. That is the holistic learning. Now, if I collapse that back to an organization, the challenge that we have and where we have shifted is focusing on exports from a technology perspective. And the board that has given me the challenge is saying, how do we stay relevant and sustainable if we are to truly become an international organization? Serving 30 countries is not easy from Pakistan, where your greatest challenge is human capital access at the right time, where there is a dearth of that particular skill set, where there is a war for talent for the same usual suspects. So are we doing enough to build that capacity, whether through collaboration, whether through partnerships? That is one of the mainstays, either in the private sector, even in the public sector, but must be spearheaded and supported by the government entities from a policy making perspective. If we have a 2030 vision, how will we achieve that if we don't have the right person in the right seat? The second element is culture. Ladies and gentlemen, most of you know better than I do, culture eats strategy for breakfast. If we cannot sustain a culture which will ensure sustainability, sort of an environment which nurtures, as you mentioned, nurtures and builds for the future, but also on compassion, because this world is hurting. Overall, we have many challenges, the conflict that Zishan also spoke about and we're all aware of, whether it was the Ukraine, whether it's the Middle East conflict right now. But within Pakistan, we're hurting as well. How can we build a better future for the next generation? I am still very hopeful because I feel that the energy and the passion of our next generation is very high. You look at the startup culture, you look at the technology sector, which is on a 25 to 30% growth rate, barring last year where we continue to have political instability and uncertainty, but inshallah, one hopes that that will also be sorted out. They are moving faster, they're connected, they're global citizens, but we must channelize that energy to build for the future. Thank you.
Very, very nicely put, and I think I must say that. Fatma highlighted the very, very right point. It's about the culture, it's about the retention, And we are always talking about there is a lot of talent. But guys, when we try to find the talent, we don't find it. And the only way we can retain it out is by providing that culture that can get them connected to this country, to the people, to the organizations. Ahmed, before coming to you, actually I will jump to Yusuf, and there is a reason for that one, because I want to link the question of Fatma and coming to you. First of all, Yusuf, mashallah, Faisal Bank is doing a great job. I think the way this Islamic banking front has been taken over by you and your team, I think it has really put you guys in the forefront over there. So great work done by Faisal Bank overall as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. I will jump to the question. We are talking about the talent retention. What is the role that you feel the technology and the recent technology in terms of the artificial intelligence that we are talking about, blockchain that we are talking about, in getting the next level of customer experience management and also for the retention of the people that you are defining now in your organization?
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me over here. You know, this Generation Z or even the next generation, they really don't want to work in a conventional way, okay? And in order to sort of harness, or in order to rather attract that talent, you have to create an environment for them, clearly. So, say in our bank, I mean, the digital team really wants an environment. They want their flexibility, they want their own work hours, they want to be task-oriented or project-oriented rather than sort of being regimented in terms of an office environment. So I think we need to understand that as it was highlighted, that the banking is actually changing its face. So in our country, because of the cash in hand, yes, and because people don't want to pay taxes, so branches will probably remain relevant in terms of cash. But you know, a lot of things which are operational in nature, even if a customer has cash, he would still like to use your applications, your digital applications, for carrying out the routine transactions in terms of, say, bill payments, in terms of credit card payments. So probably the inflow at the branches will absolutely reduce, okay? So the entire thing will take a paradigm shift, and as it was talked about, like a financial supermarket, the banks will need to change their product offerings as well. So the product offerings are going to be not just the banks, but they're going to be fintech alliances, they're going to be many different things. They're probably going to put you through a banking app to maybe a supermarket, a food panda, I mean, who knows, okay? So, so getting this talent and harnessing this talent and forging those alliances, I think is going to be the future. And retention of such talent actually has become increasingly difficult in Pakistan because the whole world is open to them. So Fatma is on our board, and in the HR committee, we find it difficult, actually difficult, that how do we retain the technology personnel, the digital personnel, because they have a global market. And the only answer really is that in addition to money, you create that environment, you create those learning opportunities for your people and for them as well, in terms of keeping them engaged, keeping them interested, giving them that space that they really want. So in our bank, for that matter, I mean, we are not only sort of trying to create that atmosphere. So there's a very colorful sort of a floor, which is for the digital people. They can come and go at their own timings, okay, and you'll find them working at 12 and not being there at 11, okay, and that's fine, because that's what this generation wants. So I think engaging them, giving them a sense of achievement that you have done this, and giving them sort of that freedom and letting them engage with the external world, because banks in Pakistan, or I mean a mid-sized bank like ourselves, we do not have that bandwidth. We will not have those resources to do everything ourselves. So creating those relationships, putting them at the forefront, letting them celebrate whatever the successes are there. I mean, if you say do a fintech alliances, and if you build up that into a business, if you have say 20,000, 50,000 customers through that alliance, I mean that's something that you need to sort of empower them, and you need them to feel a part of this entire thing. Because without that engagement, without that atmosphere, without that environment, without that sort of learning opportunities for them, the banks will not be working. And even any other organization which is dealing with public at large, I think that's really the future. And that's what all of us will have to do in terms of retaining. There was this discussion about retention of talent. That's all of us will have to do, that to create some opportunities for them. And for organizations other than maybe banks, there need to be platforms where they can sit together, they can actually develop some export market, something like that. So I think that will be the critical part going forward.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. You highlighted the point of collaborations. You highlighted the point that how the workplace and this ecosystem needs to be changed to adapt to the millennials that we are talking today. And the very important point, they are very project-based. They are very task-based. They don't want to be just there 9 to 5. They want to complete the job and they want to get the results. That's how we have to relate to the talent of today, just to make sure that the retention remains over there. Ahmed, coming back to you on that front. We are talking about talent. The boundaries between the countries, yes, they remain today just on the floor or on the zameen. But if we talk about the technology has blurred all these boundaries that we talk today. How do you see the customer of today is very well aware what he wants? He exactly knows what kind of product that he wants, what he wants sitting at the home. He is very well aware of the global practices as well. Knowing the Pakistan market, how the technology can help you to get the better customer experience that the customer of Pakistan today is looking forward to?
Thank you, Saqib, and thank you, Nutshell. It's a good question, and I'll contextualize it for the institution that I work for, and I think it applies generally to other banks as well. Banking in principle has two core assets as we look at them. One is our people, and the other is the technology platforms that we have. It's a very simple business in that way. Over time, a third element has come through, which is the intersection of talent and the intersection of technology, and that is data. So if you look at a company like Citi, which has been around for 200 years, we operate in 100 plus countries, we have 30,000 clients globally on the institutional side, we move $4 trillion a day globally between places. There's an enormous amount of data that we have, and if we couple that with the appropriate talent, data scientists and engineers, we couple that with the right platforms and technology like AI, like machine learnings, etc., it becomes an incredibly powerful asset. And that is what helps distinguish us from other institutions, that data and that analysis and that content that we can provide to our clients. Oftentimes, when we have discussions with sovereign governments and policymakers around the world, they're surprised by the analysis that data provides, because we have that visibility even before they do. Why do we have that? It's not because of anything special, it's because of the ability to mine that data that's available. Now, if you bring that more closer to home, Citi is a very large US dollar clearer in the country. And over the past few years, we saw a trend coming through when we analyzed the data of payments coming in and out of the country. And that related to freelancers. And I'm contextualizing it in the local space so you understand what the value of this proposition is. freelancers 5-6 years ago were a very small portion of the inflows the country would receive in terms of dollar payments. Now that is a very significant part of the overall exports that the country generates. And what's most encouraging is if you look at where these payments are being received from and to whom the payments beneficiary are. So we will have an individual sitting out in Chichavatni who had a small TikTok account, and he is monetizing that. It started off with $10, went to $50, $100, and now we see data showing that these customers are generating revenues of in excess of $30,000, $40,000 a month. Without any sovereign support, they don't need any support from anybody. They've got a few laptops, they have probably a few teams ready, they're generating content, they're mining data, and they're creating their own value proposition. This in itself, if we were a retail bank here, would give us an opportunity from a personal banking perspective. You see a customer is generating wealth, how about a mortgage? How about a credit card? How about a wealth plan? Etc., etc. So the point I'm trying to make is that all banks, and I think Amir made the point earlier, we're sitting on this treasure trove of data that we have to be able to mine. For that, we need the right talent. And the points both Yusuf and Fatma made are very relevant. The ability to retain that talent in the country and not export it as soon as they graduate. And the second thing is the willingness and the aptitude and the culture to go beyond traditional banking approaches of let's set up a branch and hope somebody comes in and buys a product from us, because that's outdated and that's no longer relevant in today's space.
No, very, very rightfully pointed out. In terms of when you talk about data, data is the new oil. There is no doubt on this one. And we are sitting on this data. But what to do with this data is a question mark. We need data analysts to give us the results. Just sitting on the data will not help. We need the analysts to tell us what should be our next step on that one. First, I'm coming to you. When we talk about overall, coming to you on that front. When we talk about where this world is heading to, and we talk about economic indicators, Pakistan में inflation बढ़ गई, Pakistan में एकदम interest rates change हो गए, पता लगा जी where we are heading to, how these foreign investors should depend on which key parameters and how they can make sure how their future can be, if investments can be secured based on these parameters. How do you see in next 3 years, 5 years and 7 years the future that lies ahead for the big picture?
Thank you, Saqib. Well, I think in terms of the reforms that we expect to be carried out now, what I think Amir mentioned, probably reforms by compulsion, because I think we delayed our reforms for a very long time because either we were able to borrow or because of the Afghan situation we were getting dollars. But I think in terms of privatization, there will be a lot of assets that will be sold. There will be opportunities for domestic and foreign investors to come in and add value there. I think agriculture is an area where, about half of our produce sort of actually just sort of gets destroyed because we do not have the logistics or the storage or processing, packaging, exporting, infrastructure. Some big players can come in, and add value. In terms of exports, we see a change. It's good to see that even cement, if you look at the cement industry, you see a very substantial increase in their exports. I'm on the board of International Steel. You see a large portion of our revenue now is coming from exports. So even something, as bulky, as heavy as cement and steel, people are looking towards exports. So I think in this situation where the domestic economy is going to grow, in my view, slow, maybe about 3% per year, cannot go beyond that because of our import constraints. I think exports, people are more looking towards exports, and there are opportunities there. Then import substitution, because a lot of things that we were importing, from LEDs to tiles to whatever, now that window is closing. So I think there is a lot of potential to set up import substitution industries. And this is where, joint ventures with, for example, Chinese will help. China was growing at 9-10%, now it's growing at about 4-5%. There's a lot of idle capacity lying in China. So if, for example, somebody wants to set up an LED plant in Pakistan, so if you're just going to ask, to State Bank to provide you the dollars so you can import machinery from China, State Bank might not be able to provide you all those dollars. But I think a joint venture with a Chinese company where you bring them as a shareholder, give them some stake, and basically, so the machinery comes as a part of that stake, and then, in terms of running, in terms of the local investment, you can do that part. I think those type of joint ventures have a lot of potential now, because now that the currency is fairly valued, and there are restrictions now in terms of how much we can import as a country. I think port substitution carries a lot of value. So I think there are these bright opportunities even that will come up in this environment, and hopefully domestic and foreign investors can benefit from it.
I think that's the challenge that we go there. You have seen I have got 4 chits already, so I will be jumping on 1 minute each two, and this will be the same question coming in. What are the 2 bright spots that you see in the near future for Pakistan? Everybody gets ready, and you cannot repeat the one that has already been said. Here you go.
Yeah. One is Islamic banking. There's huge potential. The banking penetration is low. According to State Bank's CAP study, 90% of the people who have, if given an option, will go for Islamic banks. So I think this is a real bright spot, massive growth around it. And the second is the youth bulge. So we can impart vocational trainings to our youth, which can take 6 to 8 months, and then we can export services out of Pakistan, both physically and virtually.
Good points. Zishan, over to you.
It's a bit unfair since I already gave you 4 bright spots. So I think, again, a number of bright spots, but if I was to not pick the 4 that I talked about, I do think the opportunity that Pakistan has at the moment to pivot fundamentally some of its core economic challenges is a bright spot if that opportunity can be achieved. These are very, very difficult decisions to make from a political economy perspective. If there is that alignment across the various stakeholders and difficult reforms can be pushed through, I think in the longer term, it would be fundamentally valuable and a major bright spot for Pakistan. So I think that would be one. And the other one, several others have spoken about, is the youth-related opportunity, especially around the VC startup, sort of freelance space, very much an up-and-coming area. Thanks.
Fatma?
Thank you. You put a tough challenge. We can't repeat what has already been said. But, again, I will go out on a limb and say it is the human capital that we have. Definitely the youth. Only if we give them the right platforms and opportunities to build themselves for the future. 2, I believe very good work is being done around the technology sector to spearhead it, because we have to understand that the technology sector is not confined to its own sector per se. It has impact on all other sectors, whether we talk about agri-tech or health tech or education tech, plus the ability for it to seamlessly work across borders. So I feel that is the bright spot.
Yeah. Good. Ahmed, over to you.
Yeah, very quickly. What COVID taught us was that work can be done from anywhere. And you don't need to necessarily import talent into your country, for example, if you're sitting in the Middle East, to fill any gaps that you have. Work can be done, whether if you're done 10,000 miles away, 20,000 miles away. Time zones is not an issue. Pakistan has a great opportunity to capitalize on this arbitrage, showcase itself as potentially a regional hub for doing work related to technology, whether it's HR-related functions, whether it's on the medical space, etc. It is a great arbitrage opportunity. I think there's some companies who have done a great job in marketing Pakistan with their head offices. We've done some work at Citi, but I'd encourage everybody in this room who have international businesses, please showcase the talent in the country, please showcase the labor arbitrage opportunity we have, and I think that definitely is something to look out for.
Good. Yusuf, over to you.
I think value-added manufacturing, and somebody spoke about the joint ventures. I think if China is saturating, then we have an opportunity there, and that collaborative approach is the name of the game. 250 million people, I mean, you have to employ them. Not everybody is going to be trained into the service sector or the technology sector. You will have to do some industrialization in the country. I think we have deindustrialized in the last 25 years. So that momentum in terms of employing the people and being a hub for some things which maybe China doesn't want to do. So like this tire manufacturing plant was set up under a joint venture, something similar to that, where you can actually export using the technology and the sort of support by China. I think that's a great opportunity.
Amir, over to you.
You see, in expected years of schooling, Pakistan is ranked 145 out of 149 countries, key countries in the world. So I think in terms of education, we can do a lot. And I think public-private partnership, where the government just gives a voucher, let's say 1,000 rupees a month, and the private sector then basically takes care of the schooling, which already is there, but at a lower level, I think can add a lot of value. So I think we need to, in secondary school enrollment, Pakistan is 45% children are going to secondary school. In India and Bangladesh, 80% children are going to secondary school. So I think this public-private partnership can actually, in a short period of time, make that change, get these people educated. Very important.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have touched a very difficult topic. Because why I say a difficult topic? Because we all know the reasons, we all know the causes, we all know in all these talks, we talk about what is needed to be done. The question here is now, how is these to be executed now? You know, we talk about, we exactly know where our pain points are. To be honest, we also know how this can be corrected, where the gap is coming is in our execution. We have already talked about today, youth is our key. We have talked about that skill development is the key way to move forward, which is our bright spot. Collaborations and working with different people, different organizations and getting to the one result, that is the direction to go forward. Technology is the enabler. That is the one that is making sure how we can achieve all these different parts coming together. Clearly, the COVID has taught us that the work can be done from anywhere, and the whole market outside Pakistan is also something there for us to get the work done from here and get that business for Pakistan as well. Joint ventures are the key, and the public partnership, private partnership is the direction to go forward. I think what I said at the start, I repeat again, the war is not anymore led by the bombs. The war is led in the finance, and we need to get ready with these warriors together and get our systems ready. I tell you, if we are not ready today, we will be isolated out in the world, and we will already have all these different parameters, being banks, being fines and everything coming in. We need to be credible, we need to be there in the market, and we need to present ourselves as the market where the youth is available and we can get the things done over here. I thank you very much for all the panelists over there. I think you did a great job in giving the times up that was coming in again into me, and I think we were able to get the key messages out that are required to be heard and understood as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I'll request the respected panel to please stay on stage for our next segment. We will be joined online. And before that, because we were talking about bright spots, so I would just like to say that each and every person sitting on this stage and each and every person here in our hall today who had the opportunity to leave this country but did not, and who is committed to a prosperous Pakistan against all odds, is our brightest spot. And we need to really value that. These are the people who are changing today, and these are the people who will bring a better tomorrow. We are being joined by Her Excellency Jane Marriott, CMG in OBE, High Commissioner of the United Kingdom in Pakistan. Jane assumed the office of the British High Commissioner to Pakistan in July 2023. She has served as the British High Commissioner to Kenya from 2019 to 23, and ambassador to Yemen from 2013 to 2015. She has vast and multi-dimensional experience and has lived and worked in different countries, including Iran, Iraq, and Afghanistan. She was appointed to the Order of the British Empire in 2004 for services in Al-Amara, Iraq, and Commander of the Order of St. Michael and St. George in 2023 for services to foreign policy. We are very, very honored to have Jane with us today, and the mic is over to you, Jane. Hello and welcome. Can you hear me, Jane? We can't hear you. I think there's some glitch with the mic, Jane. Can you please have that checked? We can't hear you. No sound. Can you hear us? Can you give me a thumbs up? Can you hear us? Yes? But we can't hear you. Nope. I think she's reconnecting. While we owe a lot of progress to our online connectivity around the globe today, there are a few glitches that we have to work with. Exciting news, Dr. Ishrat, you are trending on top on Twitter. I think in the interest of time, we should continue with our session, with our mementos being presented. For that, I will request Dr. Ishrat to please join us on stage, Shoaib to please join us on stage. I will be requesting Dr. Ishrat to please give away the mementos to our esteemed guests. Thank you, Dr. Ishrat. Shoaib, please join us. If I could request Aswar, please, to join us on stage. Thank you. Farrukh Saab, if I could have you on stage, please. Thank you. We'll begin with Muhammad Shoaib. Dr. Ishrat, if you could present it to Muhammad Shoaib. Bonanza Satrangi has given us these precious gifts of fragrances, and we have the very, very valuable book by Dr. Ishrat, Development Pathways. Mr. Yusuf Hussain, President and CEO, Faisal Bank. For Zishan Sheikh, Country Manager, Pakistan and Afghanistan, IFC. Fatima Asad Said, CEO, Abacus. Ahmed Khan Bozai, Managing Director and City Country Officer, Citibank. Amjad Waheed, Chief Executive Officer, NBP Funds. Syed Amir Ali, Deputy CEO, Mizan Bank Limited. Saqib Ahmed, Managing Director, SAP Pakistan, Iraq and Afghanistan. I'll now request Lieutenant General Have we missed out Fatima here? I announced the name. Fatima, have you gotten your? Oh, okay. I'll announce Fatima Asad Said, Chief Executive Officer, Abacus. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would now like to request Lieutenant General I think I rattled off the names faster. Ahmed Khan Bazai, Managing Director and City Country Officer, Citibank. Have we covered all? I would now request Lieutenant General Bilal Akbar, former Ambassador of Pakistan to Saudi Arabia, to join us on stage to present the memento to Dr. Ishrat Hussain. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Jane Marriott for taking her precious time. I'm sorry, the glitch, we couldn't connect. Her Excellency Jane Marriott, High Commissioner of the United Kingdom in Pakistan. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If I could request Rabia to please come for the group photo.
All of you are requested to please join us here again at 2 p.m. We will start our next session at 2 p.m. and time management is requested. Thank you, everyone.
We have a sumptuous lunch ready for you. Enjoy your lunch and please be punctual. We have a very packed day and would not want to waste a single minute of that. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience.